said about the composition of Team Vamos. Down the
Drain finds him in the jungle for a quick kill. But it doesn't look like it's going to get translated into anything by Vamos. Maybe a few hits on the turret down bottom for the Barretts, and the Eudora has been sent down bot to supplement the Barretts as well. And it seems with how they're positioning, they might be looking to get a cheeky kill together 17 seconds before this turtle spawns.
This is the only way that Aero 404 could recover from this early game. Go for the side lanes now. I don't think that they have the absolute right to go and head-to-head collide against the BTR with this composition that they have. I mean, with the lead that BTR has amassed in the early stages, they should just split. And even Finn is a big threat. Look at this. Look at how much damage they're throwing onto Finn.
What?
Finn just survives. Oh!
Oh, that was everything, but here comes the Patrick. Zkeef is not going to be taunted in by the Wrath of the Dryad, and they did throw everything towards the Belleric. And in the end, the Belleric still survives. Advantage now for Vamos. Detonus welcome. Perfect catch onto one. That's Nile down Vamos. It's finally clicking for them. An Abyssal Arrow gets tossed out by BTR by Vit. Will not be able to contest this turtle.
I don't know why. What's up with... did was actually the right thing to do. Still wait something out of nothing, out of the overextension coming up from Zkeef. He was able to sneak through that Rock Ursa bush. Because of that, Nael did not think that there was any kind of threat. He gets taken out by Sizga, and that's now Team Vamos recovering from the early stages.
3 members of BTR by Vit want to go after Nako in the gold lane, but Vamos is there to back up their Melissa. If you look at the dictionary and search sneaky, you will definitely not find a picture of Barrett. But I gotta agree with you, man. It's somehow the players today are so... I don't want to say sneaky again, but they're really good with it. I think it's because that distance is usually underestimated by players, that you can really max out the Detonus welcome from far away, even without a flicker. And then you just find these really crazy angles. It's modern day Cho for people who love dinosaurs.
Yeah, I agree.
I got you there, didn't I?
Yeah, you did. What I want to say though about the Daytona's welcome white is very tricky as Moreno gets taken out. Probably another Daytona's welcome, as we saw it's on cooldown.
Sizga,
it's not.
Flicker out.
Sorry.
Yeah. Now, Daytona's welcome. This is gonna buy time for himself, but he's still gonna be able to get taken down here by BTR by Vit, as Vamos now just decide to hold on around the turtle. Fanny close by. Aero 404 is at 4-1-0. The standout player for Vamos. BTR by Vit, though, are able to push back Team Vamos. Looks good for both.
Arrows not landing. They all fit with the initiation right now. They caught the Fanny as well. Oh, what a mistake around Team Vamos. And the shutdown was there. Finn, oh my goodness. What an initiation coming out from the Wrath of the Dryad. And of course, the flicker. And they caught the Fanny with it as well. The damage coming out from there was just too much. And look at this, Zkeef. Unfortunately, when he popped that ultimate, that was actually his death sentence. And now BTR have won the team fight once again.
It's like you could hear the song playing in the background. Pop that ulti like this, playing for Finn. And it was perfect. Perfect entry, perfect timing, and now BTR will have the lead into this. Aero 404 wants to get his purple buff. The Nile Hirara, if I'm not mistaken, is going to be able to steal it away, but now they're going to be forcing a fight as Sizga finds himself in a really good angle. Detonus welcome not going to be available just yet, still coming in. Just utilized. Here comes the catch, the grab, but Shogun is going to be able to purify. Aero 404 with a shutdown onto Nile. Sweeping in out of nowhere, gets his 5th kill and 2nd assist. Oh, excuse me, no assist there, but yeah, he gets a 5th kill.
And the most important thing about that is that's a shutdown. That's a counter for his own shutdown just a few seconds ago. And now they might even poise to take this purple buff. Seems like they won't because of the flying clouds. And again, they took a turret in the middle, which means that they have regained the momentum. So these two teams are showing us that, yeah, surely there is the snowball meta that we have. But if we keep rallying against our opponents, if we win the tug of war, then eventually they can take over in the early stages. In this scenario, though, we have reached the mid-game, but we don't know who's leading just yet. For now, it's Team Vamos because of the momentum that they were able to get from the middle. And if they push down the bottom, this is a lot of territorial control around the upcoming Lord.
Good hold here for Vamos as by BTR will have to play through their split push Moskov up top, get a little bit more control on the other side of the map. Vamos is reading into this well. They're not just willingly giving up the towers or control around the mid. They still have to do a little bit of cleanup up top, and then they're gonna go back. They leave the barracks to get information. BTR by Vit now have a little bit of a stronger case for this Lord.
It's not gonna be easy for BTR despite them having a lot of information already in here because of the turret in the middle that was taken out, and also big push coming up from Arrow 404 up top. This is going to be split, and again, this is the Fanny, so can traverse the map easily if he wants to still fight this. And interestingly, Eman actually shows himself in this Lord dance.
All right, Eman's already here. Arrow 404 all the way in the orange buff. BTR, it looks good for them, but they are still facing the Barretts. A quick -1. Reno lands an arrow. They're bringing the Barretts down low. Charges up the death and the swell. I'm already CC music. Eve goes in, and it finds the Belleric. Here comes Arrow 404 with the sweeps, with the dance. Zekif gets left behind. Nile, though, gets caught out as BTR by Vit gets pushed back. Nile decided to go forward, and he gets punished. No more juggler here for Big Tron as Vamos look to get this Lord, but BTR are not going down without a fight. They are stretching this out to see what they can get. That's the perfect entry again by Finn, and Eman is free with the free hits, but Error 404 is still alive, and with a Fanny up, Vamos gets the Lord. Eman wants more, and he gets another one. Make that two, and it lands the Abyssal Arrow plus the Spear of Destruction. That could have been worse for Vamos, but BTR by Vit made magic. They got as much as they could.
A lot of important moments out there, Redmar. The start was pretty bad for BTR as they got zoned out. Even Nael, who popped these 2 iframes very early in the fight when we saw that Zekif showed himself out, Sizga as well showed himself out there. And that meant that when Nael dove, which was so weird for me to see, Team Vamos was able to collect that kill, but BTR with the shot calling, I think it was from Eman because Eman was even leading afterwards, and then that flicker Wrath of the Drive from Finn was so nasty that it caught important member of Vamos, allowing for Eman to get a big momentum shift in favor of BTR. Still, the retribution on the Lord favors Team Vamos, that's why they got it, but then Eman secures 2 kills, even outplaying Natko in that regard.
Spirit of Destruction will land again. Eman takes it, but Vamos are already retreating. Maybe it will boil down to that, just a moment of magic from individual players, as this has already gone against the grain of what we've expected from previous games, especially the grand finals of MSC. It hasn't been snowball. It's just been a slow, as you mentioned it, tug of war. And there's another tug of war where Reno, he wanted to start things off with the Abyssal Arrow, but he gets punished. The tug of war did not favor them there. They pulled at the wrong time, and he gets punished by the Barretts of Sizka.
This game is just so chaotic. It's very, very full of tension, a lot of friction between two teams. It's so hectic in a way that even just the slight overextension will get punished by your opponent. And your opponent can also be taken out easily because of that. Now they take the purple buff. And an important real estate lead for Team Vamos in the next minute, because this is the purple buff that will align when the Lord comes. which means that Nael will not have as much resources compared to a Fanny. And already the Fanny can just go for the split push. Actually goes in for the fight.
What?
What?
Okay, that.
Oh.
You could see the vision potentially if Eman found it, or if Error 404 didn't do that quick little hezzy and he was still on the way. That Spear of Destruction probably would have landed, but in the end, Error 404 does not lose his life. But I feel like that was just a quick little heat check from him. Knowing him, he'll probably try that again. But maybe with a little bit more backup from the rest of his team. He does try it again, but he gets spotted out. He gets brought down to 50% health. BTR by Vit are playing really well with the knowledge that the Fanny could just come out of nowhere. Siska already getting poked down. They're trying to force out the death and as welcome anything so they can build advantage. The Abyssal Arrow will not land up to anyone. They force out the Flicker. Shogun and Emma go forward, but it's the needles from Muddles and Melissa that's sending them back. Emma is desperately trying to stay alive, and he does. The free hits and the collapse by the rest of the team around him keep him safe. Glocken gets brought low. BTR by Vitality just like that. Half advantage for this Lord Wolf.
And at the Wrath of the Giant, the stun! The Kudex with it! There's gonna be the go away, but El will be taken up by the door with the burst damage, but Moreno cannot be stopped, so is Eman! BTR by Vitality have outplayed Team Vamos. Air 404 will be able to split push in the middle. And that will be enough to actually stop BTR by Vitality. Air 404 gets the Vitality by Hill on the Finn, gets the double! Error 404! Like a magician, pulling rabbits out of his hat, but this is still a very, very close fight between Team Vamos and BTR by Vitality.
It isn't the snowball fest that we got used to after just one full grand finals in MSC. It's tension, it's a push and pull, and it's a little bit of magic from both sides as Error 404 from fighting to split push to eventually getting the Lord with the rest of his team. At a moment there, I was wondering why it looked like Vamos were desperate and they could have just backed. Even I myself missed that little split push that Error was doing. That's what led to 3 kills by BTR by Vit.
There is a word that I want to use for both of these teams, but more so for Team Vamos. They're primal. Team Vamos, there's really not much system in what they're trying to do, but they're winning because of what Error 404 is trying to do, Renmar.
Now here comes what could potentially be the final fight. Error 404 fights it again, but he gets stunned, speared into the wall, a shutdown for Nile. Vamos still has their Melissa, and they are doing everything they can to build around this lead. It's just going to be a slow retreat before they go again for the re-engage. They still have the detonous welcome of the Barretts, but they decide to play it slow. They will usher in their minion waves through the bottom lane, and maybe they'll be able to get another one through this. Detonous welcome getting charged up. He will not commit it. No catch yet by Vamos. They're not going to be able to get this turret. With the entry by BTR by Vitality, Moreno's trying to find an angle. SOD lands. Here comes Eman. Notco trying to get away from all of this as BTR by Vit are pushing Vamos back. Moreno with a kill. Onto Zikif. Now through the clouds. It's going to be coming here. Vamos might have just bitten off more than they could chew. But it's a turnaround. Notco is free. BTR over Chase. The Abyssal Arrow lands, but it will not be enough. It's a double kill for Natco. Vamos and Vitality do not want to let this go.
Giving in to their primal senses, BTR trying to chase against Team Vamos. They tried to go for a kill onto Natco, and with all due fairness, Eman had found the right angle for the SOD. But then again, the protection camera from Team Vamos was just pristine. Siska surviving for too long. And that allowed Natco to refresh his ultimate. Already has the models that actually does so much damage up against.
No way.
Because then, oh my goodness, Error 404 is just so good with the Fanny.
He's able to pop the immortality. He made it look so easy. He took a bit of hits. It could have gone wrong for him, but Error 10-3 and 1. Let's not doubt a Fanny rush again because he can definitely play it. And I don't think it's really just Zikif and Klokun. Yes, they're able to supplement him, but you gotta admit, when you're seeing a generational Fanny user in your screen, you have to acknowledge.
Oh, we have to acknowledge. Definitely Error 404 showing us how it's done. it's not the cleanest for Team Vamos, nor for BTR by Vitality. But they're making things happen. No immortality now for Eman. Nael is already on his 6th death, but still is a threat for Team Vamos. They're too far away from the Lord, though. It seems like there will be a reset from Team Vamos because they have not found where Nael will come from. It's gonna be a full swing. Error 404 might meet them. Gotta be careful of your screen drag right now, Error 404.
He sees him in the mid lane. They try to bait him out, but they're just too slow. He pops Moreno easily. The Selena is gone. It's 5v4. But you see Zeke, you see Clockhood. They've got him behind enemy lines. They've broken the formation to start off onto Evan. Here comes Zeke, a perfect entry. Plus the Tetris welcome as well. The taunt by Finn to keep BTR by Vitality alive, but they might have just delayed it. Evan is getting blasted by this Melissa. Air 404 could not find the angle to pop him. BTR by Vit are still in this fight. They still don't have their mid laner. It's still 5v4. The muddles, the damage from Natco. Vamos, they are stopping Vitality in their tracks. Finn trying to make magic and finding an angle, but he's gonna get Vitality.
You making a name in for BTR and showing the moving flank. Zakif himself went in for the flank in combination with of BTR. Just that war of attrition, the tug of war, they have won the Lord Hand.
BTR wants to build advantage for this defense. They pop the glue, but look at Nako going wild. And that's a detonus welcome. A perfect catch by Siska. He gets Nile. Finn falls. And BTR by Vitality are delaying, but it seems like it's inevitable. 2 members remain. Error, Nako, Zeke, Siska, and Clockun have pulled and broken the tension. They win game 1. But that felt like that was one of the best games I've seen.
For sure.
In recent memory. What the hell?
The back and forth for both teams, even in a 4 versus 5 scenario, BTR still managed to kind of make it look even. But then, just the heroics coming out from Error 404, we saw Clockwood with just the initiation. Siska, if he's able to find a good opening with the Detonus welcome, he blows the team fight wide open. But in that last fight, Natko, so consistent with his positioning, good target acquisition. And by target acquisition, I mean who is gonna get hit by models. That's the reason why Eman could not reposition properly, because when he tries to help his teammates, he gets hit by the models and now he has to retreat just immediately. Everybody has to retreat from the Melissa right after getting hit by that. And all of these little things that you add up together, Team Vamos are able to scratch their way out of a very close tug of war between them and Team BTR. What a game that we've seen.
It felt like that game for BTR by Vitality felt like, do we get the right target for this arrow? If the answer is yes, they go, they build advantage. But then the harsh reality of the lineup that they're up against, that as long as the Barretts is alive, somehow that's all the room the Fanny, the Eudora, and this Melissa needs. Never would have I imagined that I'd seen a frontline team fighting formation of you get Barretts in the wings alongside the glue, and right in front of them, alongside them in the glue, and right in front of them, alongside them in the front line is a Melissa, bro. That it knows that it's safe because it has the go away, and if you get close to the Melissa, she actually wants that for herself. Still, BTR, through some really great execution around the Roman duo and even by Eman, were able to keep this a close game. But we doubled down with what we pointed out in the draft. Vamos, their lineup, without any reach from BTR by Vitality. Yes, they have the Moskov. It's just not enough to deal with this Melissa come the late game.
Yeah. reason why we say that is because BTR Team Vamos are just so good at creating chaos, sometimes to their demise, but they always want to keep BTR guessing their next move. It's what they're trying to do here, especially for Era 404. This is not a traditional way to approach a Lord Dance. They slowly won it because of what they're able to achieve. And look at this. Zeki just wanted to help his teammate, moves a little too forward, gets hit by the passive of Eman, and Eman gets a double afterwards. And then Moreno trying to look for an angle. Look at Sizga trying to retreat. But because of the muddles, when BTR wanted to go for a kill, they got poked so hard that now they cannot keep their control of this Lord.
Yeah, and when you're playing around the Moskov, and even though Vamos are playing a tight formation, theoretically the Moskov would do, the Moskov would do really well. If the rest of your front line suddenly has to disperse and back away because they're the threat of getting poked down and chunked down by the damage of this Melissa, then it doesn't help the Moskov. That's why the wins that you see Eman get for himself and for the team had to come from some crazy individual play. Team effort-wise, you actually saw that rarely in the highlights because, again, you see that models, the formation suddenly breaks. And that doubles down with what you say about Vamos, with how good they are at creating chaos. That models, that little freaking doll, was the full center point, was the focus of all that chaos in every team fight.
It kind of, what it felt like is that it slimmed down the window of opportunity for BTR when they want to go for the kills. Because when they initiate and they don't catch the Melissa, the moment that they go on an attack, let's say it's Sizga or Zekif, what happens is that they deal maybe 50% damage to these tank heroes in a split second. But when now the models comes back, all that Natco had to do was to pop maybe 3-5 attacks, and everybody from BTR had to scramble. And eventually they couldn't close down on a kill. They get poked out, they have to back down, and that destroys their formation. Then Era 404 comes out of nowhere, lands a kill. You see Clocken with a flicker and then a stun afterwards. It's just so nasty how they're able to play around this Melissa. And I think that this Melissa, you know what? I will not be surprised if this will be a priority pick for both teams. It could even be a first pick, given how good it was in the previous game.
Well, it did show up very early in the draft here for Vamos, and now let's see if that will end up becoming a thing for BTR by Vit, or maybe even Vamos. If ever there is going to be a side switch, are we really just going to be seeing the Melissa get rushed by these two in the first phase? Will we see a bit of a deprioritization on the Selena, of course, as we got to see that, yes, as great as BTR by Vit were able to play around their Selena, come the late game, they just did not have that reach that they really wanted. Yeah. And it seems like dealing with the potential gamble of will the arrow land and will it actually lead into something good for us, maybe they're gonna start looking away from that.
Yeah, especially because when we look at the hero composition of BTR, you would think that it's a late game comp because of the Rara, you also have the Moskov, and the reason the nature of these heroes will mean that you can get into the late game and you will be able to win. But then again, there's still plenty of things to do, Redmar, and we still have plenty of more MLBB action. Don't go away, as the Games of the Future MLBB will be back after this break.
Preacher, if you've missed it, game number 1 between Team Vamos and Team Vitality. No stopper. Definitely brought a lot of life back into this arena. And yes, well, we are basing it as if we are actually the robot avatars that you get to see from time to time. Renwar and Wolf still here to call the action. If you could sum up game number 1 for those who didn't get to catch it, how would you sum it up, Wolf?
Wow. I'd sum it up in one word, which is primal. And I think the two teams are just giving in to their primal instincts. The way that you played Mobile Legends when you started, you want to get kills, you want to chase down people, you want to go for a split push, you want to win the Lord fights. It's very primal. They are just gonna be basing off their instincts, and because of that, Team Vamos was able to win it. Not go as well as Error 404's primal instincts were just way too good in that previous game.
It was raw, animalistic. For those who really love MLBB, probably even sensual at some points. But that was definitely a game to be appreciated. It's gonna be a side switch. Atlas and Juicin are the bans, Freya and Fanny. So, despite Vamos having an angle wherein they could manipulate the draft, wherein maybe Error 404 could end up with the Fanny again after his tremendous game, they decide to play it safe and they respect Nile. There are going to be no Fannies up for the trade. We might end up going back to Hirara, Nolan, and heroes like that for the potential main trade. And the Harley, of course.
Yeah. Honestly, if well, there's no Fanny, so I think they're tempting BTR to go for the Hirara. But honestly, man, if they pick up the Melissa first pick here, I will not be. I'm gonna accept it. I'm gonna allow it if that happens. I know it's a crazy pick. I know that Hirara still is the top priority to get picked in here. Even a hero like a Belleric or a Valentina or a Barretts might take precedence, but given as what my gut tells me that Eman wants to play that hero too after that game.
Yeah, and like the Melissa will end up with them. If this ends up becoming a Eudora rush for Vamos, they might end up just facing the same problem, right? Wherein they won't have enough reach to deal with the Melissa. So I'm pretty sure it's on the back of their heads that now for Vamos, I'm going to be the one encouraging, if I'm not mistaken, this is Coach Pakbet still with the team?
No.
Just go ahead and pick it up.
Oh. They had to snatch this Valentina because they don't want the Wrath of the Dryad to be given to BTR. That's going to be the Uranus. Way better hero, and then the Melissa. There we go. Mention. Honestly, because of this Harley now, it is different. But I would have said that the Valentina is not the best hero to kind of answer this Melissa. In fact, the Valentina is not good versus the 3 heroes that we have right now for BTR. But it's more of a necessary pickup coming up from Team Vamos is what I feel like. They don't want to give away the Wrath of the Dryad free. Already BTR by Vitality are in a very comfortable spot in this draft.
Yeah, it's pretty much going to be up to Vamos to react more to everything that happened in that first phase. They will not have reach unless it's going to be through their gold laner. But they're at the risk of going up against a Uranus in the XP and then another tanky roamer. So you're going to need some shred. But with the Melissa around, I wouldn't be surprised if BTR by Vid even just go ahead and ban out something like the Clint and then get Vamos to scramble. Still, there's one pick that we saw, courtesy of Falcons, and the Hanabi for Super Marco, where there could be a light of hope in the gold lane for Team Vamos.
Yeah. Not sure if they are willing to do it. But then again, many things happen in the Malaysian region. They probably have picked up the Hanabi before and might have been successful with it. Good ban though on the Barretts here for BTR. I think the Barretts was also instrumental to Team Vamos' win in the previous game, and it's overall just a great pick up against the Melissa. Because of the Telmas World Cup, you're immune to crowd control, so you're going to be easily initiating onto a Melissa MK. So that's a great ban. I'm actually interested why the Gadot catch-up was banned here for Team Vamos. It doesn't seem like the top priority for BTR.
Yeah, there's a bunch of other roamers that you could go for much later once you get to see what the fourth pick is. I think a little bit of a panic ban there, unless Vamos are setting it up for something, but doesn't look like it. Even if, like, let's say it is the Hanabi that they want to pick up, AOG isn't going to do much. Yeah, you get to the Hanabi, but you're putting yourself more in danger. They'll end up picking the Claude with it too. Were they just really thinking because of the more close to mid-range nature of their composition that they're going to end up with, that they just wanted to make sure that they're not going to get taunted? It felt like that's the case.
Yeah, typically you pick the Uranus against the Claude. This time the Claude is picked after the Uranus. So there's already a lot of questions with this Claude. That's why I also share your sentiments, Renmar. So we'll see. The BTR, the response typically to this is get another hero that has a knockup, or maybe a glue that generally is okay against this Claude. But most importantly, it's good versus the Bedrick as well as the Harley. And you also don't give a big ultimate to the Valentina. You're gonna settle with the Eudora, also a hero that the Valentina does not love to copy. So overall, they are so anti-Valentina here for BTR. And I wonder how Team Vamos will close out their draft. They're gonna be looking for either their XP laner or their roamer if they want to flex this Bedrick. I think they're stuck with Esmeralda in this scenario.
Yeah, and it might have been a slow creeping realization for Vamos that it really might just have to be go next for them. But let's see, it doesn't look like they have any more room to pull out any surprises. They get the Lapu Lapu, an offensive tool that is burst damage. Lots of burst coming in from Vamos, but they have a lineup that deals with burst incredibly well. And they still have the problem of, can they annoy this Melissa enough? More than anything, I feel like this is up to the Lapu Lapu, Belleric, and the Harley to actually make something work from not a lot of anything in their draft.
I'm sure that our co-casters, Gideon and Lafel, would have a lot more knowledge about this, but I feel like when you think Lapu Lapu for Vamos, I think Sapat, right? I think that's the hero I associate him with. I'm not sure how masterful Siska is. And the reason why I am saying that is because of how important the role of the last pick Lapu Lapu is. You mentioned how important the combination of the Belleric, Harley, and this Lapu Lapu can mitigate the early game for Team Vamos. And with that kind of argument, it just strengthens the value of how good you should be as a Lapu Lapu player in this game. So there's a lot of tasks here that's going to be given to Sisga. And let's see if Team Vamos can pull off a 2-0 up against BTR.
What can they do? And how will they do it with this last pick, Lapu? It's a major question right now for Vamos. We enter this game. Gonna be a slow start for both. When it comes to the emblems, nothing in particular stands out. Except you do get the double boost for Finn, so you're gonna be expecting this glue to be able to roam a lot. Alongside Shogun as well, getting the agility for that extra movement speed boost.
Okay. His kill? Moreno? No. That was weird, but the taunt was masterful. Niall, go for the dive. Actually survived, so not for long. Arrow 4 is ready. TR, a very questionable movement overall for their trio mid, and because of that, they give away 2 kills to Team Vamos, 1 kill for the rogue for the jungler, and a big lead in the early stages.
Yeah, I'm scratching my head. I feel like they still could not let go of their more primal animalistic instincts from game number 1, because that didn't need to happen this early on. You all ended up getting a kill out of that Harley. Niall is not even going to be able to hit level 4 just yet. Maybe Thruzo with the Beetle, but math-wise, I can't remember if the Beetle should be able to make him hit level 4. He didn't get the Golem. He didn't. He's going to be lacking in levels. Arrow... Oh, wait, no. There it is. He's fine. He'll be able to hit level 4. Yeah. Although Vamos are holding into closer his purple buff. Deadly Magic has popped off. They're not going to be able to take down Moreno. Niall will not have a lot of help unless he's confident the glue and the Uranus will be able to do enough to provide side space for him to be able to retrieve this in a 4v3 scenario. Moreno's close by, but it's going to be too risky for him to get close. Finn doing everything he can to hold on. Nile holding on by the bush. Vamos being very disciplined with it. They're not dealing any damage to the turtle whatsoever because they know that might help Nile's cause in getting it. Clockun gets found out. Nile gets a kill. Here comes Siska with the damage. He gets the start off and he finds Nile. It's the jungler of BTR by Vid, and we pose questions for the Lapu Lapu, and Siska answers.
Whew, Siska, masterful with it, with the flicker as well committed. And Team Vamos are now controlling this early game, this turtle dance. They're gonna be very happy to trade more levels for Air 4, especially because they have already taken out Nail. And the BTR, there's really no way for them to get the turtle. Unfortunately, Zekif had to pop his own ultimate, so that is a big tool for Team Vamos that will not be available in this refresh of the turtle fight. But then again, Air 4 is already level 6.
Good zone out here by the glue and the Uranus. Can BTR by Vid get the turtle? The answer is yes. Shogun goes down to Siska. That's a pullback from the glue. Clockun gets the ultimate of the glue. Are they going to be able to make something out of it? Let's see. He gets a little bit closer, blazing the wet. Not go. Goes in with the BMI as well. But it's just to send the members of BTR by Vid back. Vamos has the lead in kills. Maybe a little bit more map control too. But BTR were the ones able to secure that previous turtle.
It's going to be the trade for Team Vamos. With all the fares for BTR, they still managed to take the turtle despite them having less levels compared to Air 404. To be fair, Air 404, they decided to go for the Uranus, which is a very tanky target rather than try to the 2, but on the backline still gets another kill onto Clockun, back to back. And now Moreno is in trouble with the deadly magic. Can he survive? No. And they will get a trade. Team Vamos, a mid for a mid. And this will even make things very, very, very full of friction in the early stages of this game.
Yeah, especially now that Siska has a second kill under his belt. Some fast rotations coming out from this EXP laner for Vamos, who we weren't able to see all throughout MSC, but now we're seeing him. And let's see if he's going to be building towards a more aggressive route, considering the early start that he had. That's going to be a cash onto Zekif, and it is clean. It takes a bit of time, but the Belleric finally falls to the glue and the Hirara. BTR by Vid, they're getting a little bit more on the board. They're going to be able to steal that away from Error. And Error is able to get away without the risk of him losing his life.
Slight push here in the middle. Air 404 is trying to poke Finn out of there. But then again, for Team Vamos, this is the tempo that they want to play in, so BTR are countering them with it. So I would say that this is a great reaction coming out from BTR by Vitality. To counteract the Harley, you have to be faster. And typically we see Hirara players to be a little bit more passive, but NIL is just more aggressive right now.
It's gonna be another fight breaking off. Already committed the ultimate to Zekif. Vamos still has the raging slashes from the Lapu Lapu ultimate. Zekif miraculously gets the last hit on the turtle. Vamos might be able to get a turnaround with this with his shields, but they decide not to risk it as Natko took a lot of damage. That everything just went Vamos's way that time.
Ooh. A little bit of luck, but a lot of coordination coming up from Team Vamos is what I would say. The initiation coming out from Zekif and of course Air 4 being that fight. Siska being so dependable as this Lapu Lapu. Even defending the bottom lane, committing his ultimate, and will survive for a little bit more. Now Clockun might be here. Oh, what a slowdown coming out from Shogun. They get a kill afterwards, but they have lost so much. It's a 2v1, a 2-for-1 just to defend the turret in the bottom lane.
Well, that is not the pace that Vamos wants to go. If just a few moments ago, it looked like their pace. It was them who was determining it. It was them setting the tempo for this game. It's BTR by Vid with some nice rotations, very decisive throughout, finding small wins in the side lanes, getting some ganks. Have now made Vamos dance to their tune again. Did they buy enough time for this Claude? Let's see. Natko still deathless. Seems like he didn't have trouble farming. They're now going to try to go for the cross-map split trade, but it's going to be BTR by Vid winning that. Moreno is going to be paying for it with his life, with a quick little burst there. It's like slight disrespect coming in from Moreno, but that opens up the mat for beat in the bottom lane. Natco and Zkeef cannot do it against this Uranus.
No. Defense, but the push up top is so important for BTR. Now it's going to be another turtle fight. Niall is level 10, and so is Arrow 404. But there is the Lightning Truncheon, the second item now for the Harley. Gonna be answered by the War Axe now for Niall. So this is a pretty even fight between two junglers.
Well, there's a War Axe as well for Emma. So Melissa Niall gets spotted and blasted out. Vamos, they were the ones more decisive this time around, but here comes Emma. Oh, but Siska! He lands the stun, and the Raging Slashes onto Emma, forces the Melissa back, forces to go away already, but the combo from Moreno is enough to take the Lapu Lapu down. Emma is able to survive. Arrow 404 gets that turtle. BTR by Bitter gonna go in for the chase towards this battle rig. Zeke has the movement speed, and he'll be able to get out. The BTR by Bit, despite some magic there for Vamos. Eventually, again, it's their turn to realize the reality of going up against a Melissa comp.
Team Vamos have the great initiation to take out in there. When we talked about, I just said that it will be free, but now Arrow 404 getting taken out. Finn, an amazing initiation. And of course, Moreno being ever so dependable. They want to go for the Eman kill right now, but Eman has already went out of there with the flicker to the side to kind of outplay Natco. Team Vamos, like you said, they are now experiencing what they did to BTR essentially. With this Eman Melissa being so good in the team fights, Mel. This is again not a perfect game for him. 3 deaths already, but time and time again he's doing a lot of good stuff for the team.
Oh, Siska takes a lot. He wanted to do everything he could to protect the purple buff of Vamos for their Harley. But BTR by Vitality walks away with it. It's a ticking time bomb again that Vamos has to work through. This Melissa, used by them earlier. Now they're getting a taste of their own medicine. I have to point out, our item pickups here are a little bit wonky, so take it with a grain of salt. For a moment, I thought Eman had a War Axe, but he did not. I think we're just doing a little bit of housekeeping with our item pickups at this moment.
It was Niall who had the War Axe. I think it's all mixed up, but yeah, at least what they show right now is accurate. So that's the Malefic War recently picked up by this Kirara. 5-man push here going for Team Vamos in the middle. It's so interesting. I think they just want to group up together and then split when the Lord is about to spawn. But that means that Zeke will be taken out, or will he?
Oh, he had a flicker. He's able to get away. Clock on his Sisgar here. Natco with a blazing duet right after Eman. Can he finally take him down? He's going to be able to get away just in time. Natco got a kill there onto now, but it's this Melissa that's still standing with the Uranus and glue. Even Vamos are looking at it thinking, oh, we don't need to deal with that. We can't. We don't have the reach. We don't have the damage. And this Uranus, glue, Melissa trio are bullying Vamos towards their side of the jungle.
To be fair, Emma just played it so well. Natco just overspeeding a little bit. They want to still fight this. They don't have yield for the Error 404, and without that, they just don't have enough to force Eman out of position. And even then, Eman has the flicker. And you're right. With 2 tanky dudes in front of the Melissa, there's nothing the Team Vamos could do. In fact, the Lord could be blitzed down by BTR.
It's because sail play utilized by both. Just so Sugar
Oh,
get in
4-4.
position. Niall gets spotted out. Deadly Magics. Does he have the iframe? Yes, he does. He's going to be able to survive it. And now BTR by Vitality. They look like they're going to be able to punish Vamos. That's another blazing duet entry by Natco. Can he actually survive it this time? But the question is, can he actually get anyone? He gets no one. BTR by Vit are too chunky. They're too solid. Arrow 404 gets spotted out. And he's forced to go back.
And this means that BTR can just go back to what they were doing. They can blitz the Lord now. There's nothing the Team Vamos could do. It looked very promising for that concealed play coming out from Team Vamos to be able to eliminate Nael. But Nael survives the iframes of the Hirara. They wanted to go in against Eman once again, but they failed. They might not have lost anyone in that exchange, but now they will. Error 4 taken out. Moreno with the stun, and now they push the turret. Now they can go for the push. Now they can go for the dive. They want to go for Siska this time, and the Hirano dives back
jump onto Eman, a jump onto Nile, but no, it was a quick stun from the Eudora and a combo to change it all around. How's that for a Melissa game? A taste of your own medicine, courtesy of Bigatron by Vitality, delivered onto Team Vamos. We're going to a game 3.
Oh, Moreno, so good with it. He's also the reason why we were able to get Error 404 in the middle part of the map. A quick stun from the Eudora allowed them to take out the jungler so easily. Then they went in for the push. And then for that last part, up against Natco, again another initiation coming from the Eudora. But let's not forget the star of the show. Eman's Melissa was way too good. There was even a time where we saw that Natco tried to go for the Blazing Duet play, and Natco just overstepped just a pixel too far. He gets pushed back by the go away. That meant that there's a little bit of a stutter step and a mini stun if you think about it. That was enough for BTR to eventually take out the Claude. Small things like that matters in this very close fight that we're seeing between two teams, and teams like Melissa is at the center of it all.
Melissa, who would have thought at some point will something break for whoever's going to be drafting on the red side of how they're going to be dealing with this Melissa? Do they rush it? Are they willing to give up either the Belleric or the Valentina? Does that mean they have to ban out the Belleric after maybe seeing the ban on the Atlas? But then that's usually hard to do on the last ban on the red side, considering how it's been manipulated by blue. Just when we thought we've seen enough, we're seeing a little bit more innovation coming out of the drafts, with Melissa now becoming a centerpiece of the trading between the two. A lot of the early game skirmishes and fights that you saw could have gone Vamos' way. There were a lot of trades, but the problem is if they cannot end it quick enough or cannot get a surmountable lead by the time the Melissa has items, there's no chance for them to win besides BTR by Vitality Error.
So good with it as well. Also, this was it, I feel like. Oh, no, it's not. I think this is going to be the next team fight after. Remember, Team Vamos have already taken out 2 members of BTR at this point. But because of Eman, as well as the 2 tanky heroes from BTR, it seemed like an impossible task for them afterwards. Still Arrow 4 gets the retribution. But then you're already feeling the strength of both the Eudora as well as the Melissa just 8 minutes into this game. Eman was just a beast. Look at this, not go away, and another one of that, not go, just get bounced back and forth. It was enough for him to be taken out by the members of BTR.
A little bit too, gotta agree with you. He might have pressed his foot on the gas pedal a little bit too early there. I think in these scenarios, you really need the Claude and the Lapu-Lapu, both side laners, on the Melissa, because that's your only chance of actually being able to take it outside of Error 404, finding a crazy angle, and then you get a follow-up. But in the 2 big fights where you saw Natco go with the Blazing Duet and Cisco go in with the Raging Slashes of his ultimate, they weren't completely in sync with jumping on the Melissa.
0, 0, and 8 for Eman. Going to be able to explain how good his performance is if you just look at the KDA. This game was dictated by the Melissa. Whether or not Team Vamos could win the team fights was because of Melissa. Of course, let's not deny the fact that Nael made a lot of good plays in this game as well. Moreno with 4, 5, and 9 also does not explain how game-winning his plays were. So this is a game that you really have to watch. Never look at just the post-game stats, and already Team Vamos are just looking at the replay right now to make sure that they know what to do come the next game.
Yeah, and I think they're looking at those moments where they're trying to jump on this Melissa and what they could have done better on the execution. It's rare we get to see moments like these, but it's great that we actually get to, like, the team all huddled up together, looking fixed about it. It's a treat, really, that we actually get to see this.
Yeah. And it's good that here in Phygital Games, the computers are already like prepared for them
Yeah.
easily, like literally in front of them, so they don't have to go back anymore. But then again, that's game number 2. If we head into game number 3, you already opened up a topic of whether or not red side should answer the Melissa, and I completely agree with that. I feel like that's going to be the approach for both teams. In fact, again, I will not be surprised if there could even be a first pick Melissa in the next game.
Have we actually gotten to that point of the metagame where Melissa is so back that she now has to get prioritized as one of your first picks, your blue one or red 1-2, and see how teams are reacting to that. We're going to be heading into a third game between BTR by Vitality and Team Vamos, two teams who had high hopes for the previous MSC, but just were not able to deliver. But maybe here at Games of the Future, they'll be able to find some hope and a great end for their run. Still, this is only day number 1. We're just starting. We're going to be going to a quick break.
Үлкіміздер әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCC KZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
We start off the festivities here at Games of the Future 2026 Group B with 3 games right off of the bat, as Bigatron by Vitality and Team Vamos have taken each other to the limit with the unlikeliest of heroes, a Melissa, now getting prioritized for these two because of Valentina, Belleric, the other heroes holding such high regard in the meta. No one can build and enough poke and the reach to mess up this Melissa pick.
And I think that the idea for Vitality is to open up the Valentina once again so that Vamos will be tempted to take that out. And yes, that will mean that the Melissa will have a way better positioning, way easy time in the team fights because it don't have to worry about the pokes. Hirara still is a strong hero, and I think that teams are still very primal about their approach with this hero. And I think that for Vitality, they're going to so that Vamos will be forced to pick up this Harley. If anything, there could be an overreaction coming out from Team Vamos that they might just end up picking up the Nolan instead of the Harley. We'll see. Still, at the center of all of the things that we talked about, it still is the Hirara that I feel like is the hero that teams should be looking at. Sorry, the Melissa. I mean.
Yeah, the trade and the chase for the Melissa. And you can't blame Vamos for, we pointed it out in the previous draft, picking up the Valentina and the Belleric as a priority because we have a clear idea into it. Technically, maybe they even already expected that the Melissa was going to fall into the hands of BTR because if you think about it, if your team is thinking about packing dive through side laners such as Lapu-Lapu and Claude as a means to reach and potentially take out the Melissa, then you don't want to go up against a Belleric because the moment you go in, you get taunted. It makes sense why the Valentina and Belleric were the priorities here for BTR for Team Vamos. So then you have to find the balance again. I have to agree with you. Maybe a letting go of the Valentina. If you still want the Belleric, that's fine. But then maybe save up your mid lane pick for later. Accept that the ultimate of the Belleric will get taken away from you. But then you pick up Poke so you have a little bit more of a buffer to work with to be able to take down that Melissa.
Yeah. And the good thing about this Melissa is that it also allows for you to have more choices in your mid lane role because you don't have to really just pick up the Eudora. We saw how important it could be, but there could also be a combination of maybe a Selena in the mix, maybe your own Valentina if you want. You will have an option to pick that up as well because the Melissa is self-sustaining. It's not like a hero that you have to really protect anymore. Although there was a time where it has to be protected so much, but now all you have to do is to make sure that you have enough front lines. You don't have to really stick with the Melissa. If you're zoning out your opponents as the tanky dudes, then it's already enough for that Melissa to position herself well in the team fights.
Yeah, it's not even like sticking close information. I mean, that's what go away there is there for. But we pointed out a lot in the previous game that the Uranus and Glue were just dudes. Literally, they were just dudes. They were just there. It's like, hey, our Melissa's gonna take care of you. In the previous game, if I'm not mistaken, it was a Glue and Barretts that they had to deal with. So now let's see if Melissa will continue to have so much influence in this draft and in this game as the Paquito and Atlas get banned out by Vamos and the Fanny gets banned out by BTR.
Yeah. It's going to be the same approach for BTR. And I think this is the game. This is the game that we're going to see it. I feel like. Oh, they banned it. Oh, come on. Come on now.
I mean, sometimes you just need the simple solution. If you don't want to draft against it, just ban it straight up. Am I sad? I am sad that Melissa gets banned.
Because I feel like they want to go for Hirara first pick and then eventually BTR will take that Melissa. That's why I feel like the path is for them. So BTR just straight up banned this Hirara. Now that opens up to Marcel. And I wonder if Team Vamos actually puts that in their priority. Because the Valentina is still available. So that means that the golden hour can be stolen. But overall, Marcel just achieves so much in the team fights.
Okay, then the Marcel is open. But is Vamos going to be able to pick it up knowing that the Marcel Valentina trade is up for grabs? They might just go ahead and pack all the poke and fast scaling with it. Go Marcel, get the Granger later, a la Onyx and how they like to play the Marcel, but no. Instead of picking it up themselves, they get the Valentine. How do you feel about this?
I understand it. I understand why that is the case. I don't think that it's the best and first pick for sure. But in this state that we have in the draft with the Freya, Fanny, as well as the Rara being banned out, as well as the Melissa or taken away by them, it means that there is no hero that you really have to prioritize in the draft. That's why I say that I understand why the Valentina was first picked up. It prevents the Belleric, it prevents the Marcel. It actually is a good pick only in this particular scenario. This is not something that you can see. And also this is a direct byproduct of what we saw from the first two games.
Glue in the Harley gets prioritized here for BTR by Vit. So, being honest with it, they want a lot of control and a lot of pace through the center of the map. Glue and Harley, you don't really think of Glue as someone who goes fast, but with a Harley, ooh, it does feel so much faster. Good clearing. What else could Vamos pick up here?
I want to go for Belleric. I think I want to maybe a Batang eventually, but that will be like later into the draft. Might just go for Nolan, but then again, that's not good against the Glue, but it is okay up against the Harley. They might not have any other choice here other than the Nolan. So Esmeralda, understandable as a pick. What is going to be their jungler choice? Yeah, they feel like they are backed in a corner. There's no other good hero apart from the Nolan. And now, BTR, they can just secure their gold laner, which could be now Claude, because there's really no problem with that at all anymore.
Could be a really quick and easy pickup there, and then they'll just play around the potential idea of a Glue flex, but recently this Glue has mostly shown up in Rome. With all the dashes present for Team Vamos, might not also be too far-fetched for a surprise Phoebus to show up there in the end, despite, yes, it going up against an Esmeralda. We've seen a few games in MSC where even the Esmeralda or a Phoebus won't really care anymore. A Brody is the pickup here for BTR by Vit. So, again, holding on to the same idea that there is no poke on the side of Vamos, but they have a lot of dive and especially strong burst dive to deal with this. Brody, still interesting.
Yeah, a very interesting pick here for BTR. Here's the idea. Here's the reason why they went for it. They want to make sure that this Harley is at the center of it all. They're going to be playing around Nail. And when you play it like this, you want strong side laners. The Brody is, right now, without the Melissa, the strongest that you can think of when it comes to marksman choices. There's no really good answer to it lane to lane. Maybe a Clint, but in a skills matchup setup, maybe a Bruno at a certain point. But yeah, Brody just wins you that lane. And even when Team Vamos decides to go for a fighter gold laner, maybe somewhere along the lines of well, there's no Paquito, there's no Freya, so maybe there are no other good fighter gold laners out there. It still can win. So I like the idea here coming up from BTR, a much stronger hero compared to a Claude if they do pick it up. And they even banned the Marcel because for some reason both teams just really did not put any attention on that Marcel in the early stages of this draft.
Yeah, they both just had to let it go. I mean, you did mention earlier the Nolan Esmeralda might end up getting prioritized more for Vamos, and they did. The Brody surprise pickup, I think maybe this is where Vamos is now thinking, ooh, they might have just checkmated us, but we don't just see it yet. It's like one of those moves that you're just wary that, oh, that could be leading into something. There's no more room for long range. If they decide to go with something like a Claude in the gold lane, that's going to struggle in the laning phase. Kalea gets banned out by BTR by Vit. They're doing, it seems like they're just safely taking out all the things that could potentially give trouble for this Brody. They're being honest with it. They're building around Eman.
Yeah, I'm going to be activating this Brody early, so that means that you are looking for a stable mid laner, the one that wins the mid lane, maybe a Zushin actually, if if they're willing to, because Lilia, oh, a Ruby, probably in the explain, a good answer to the Nolan for sure, because of that stun. You give away a Don't Run Wolf King, I believe is what it's called. Oh, no, I'm offended. There you go. I'm offended.
I'm offended. Yeah.
Yeah. Gonna give away an I'm offended ultimate, but they're gonna be happy to trade with that. Team Vamos. Now, Lilia might be a good hero if not the Eudora. Still, Eudora, I feel like, is the strongest hero we have. And Lilia would be a good answer to the glue as well as this Rupi eventually. I think that Team Vamos are going to be looking to that hero. And then when it comes to the Rome. Oh, they already have the Valentina. Sorry about that. Okay. Okay.
There we go. I see the vision.
Okay.
See
Okay.
the vision, and I like it. But in the mid, they can still play for pokes though. I think they get a mid laner with long range pokes. But the bombs, like let's say if it's something like a Farce or something like an Eve, the shield, and then you're
Yeah.
gonna be giving those to the Valentina too. Oh, a tough choice by PTR by Vid. This is what got them. This is what got them in
Yeah.
MSC.
So I think it's just Eudora or even like a random Valera there actually. For a lot of poke. But yeah, Eudora is the safest. I feel like they still went for the Farsa. Alright. So it is a way to poke the Hanabi. And such a reliable hero to pair up with the Brody because the Brody can easily supplement the Farsa damage. Like there's so much long range damage that you're seeing now for this BTR squad, and I gotta say they have significant amount of tools to do with the Hanabi.
Let's see. It wasn't like before where the last time they faced a Hanabi, it really looked like they just did not have anything to deal with it. Now they do. Will history repeat itself and will BTR by Vitality lose to a Hanabi pickup? Or will the ghosts of the past no longer haunt them and prove that, oh yeah, we finally learned from that one little game that just eliminated us from the biggest tournament of the year so far? Hopefully. Let's see. Game number 3, it's Vamos and BTR by Vitality. Yes, you did mention BTR might have enough poke, but real quick, who got the lineup? Who got the better one for you?
I think it's BTR. I feel like, and I'm saying that because of ease of execution. I think their composition's really solid. Team Vamos will have to really weave their way through the glue as well as the Ruby and make it so that this Hanabi will be healthy enough to approach a team fights. Because if you think about it, Harley can go for a deadly magic poke that could be followed up by a Farsa ult, and then the torn apart memory can just destroy the formation of Team Vamos. There's just a lot of immediate damage coming out from BTR. It kind of feels like when they fight in the second turtle or when it's a 5v5 in the 8-minute mark. I think it's easier for BTR to win the team fights.
Yeah, it's instant gratification. You know, you don't need to delay
Yeah.
it. It's what we like these days. We just want to see the results of our and the fruits of our labor right away. Niall, is that going to be? Yes, it is a purple buff steal. Accomplished by BTR by Vitality, and if we're going to be talking about instant gratification, that is going to be felt immediately. Though Error 404 will still be able to hit level 4, he is not going to have a purple buff heading into turtle number 1. So he's going to try to get kills. That's Finn on the glue. He's not going to be able to get that. It's their turn to try and get a bit of a clap back, but now they're going to be forced to get back out of there, but the burst by Error is enough. BTR might have just over-defended their side of the jungle.
That's a welcome kill for Team Vamos after losing their own purple buff. Now Air 404 will be bursting this Lord. See how fast this could be. Nael will be in time, and he's actually level 5, but still loses the retro battle because of how speedy the burst was for Team Vamos.
A little bit quicker there for Team Vamos. Now, BTR by Vitality trying to find a turnaround, but the burst damage of the Nolan they have to respect. Error 404, we stole his purple buff. How come he's the one who's leading, setting the tempo, and getting turtles? Well, it's just some nice great rotations by Vamos, and of course, how fast a Nolan can take down the turtle by himself.
I can see the Team Vamos are still finding ways to mitigate the first few minutes where they have lost their purple buff. Air 404 with 1 kill it means so much for Team Vamos, but BTR gonna be pushing the tempo. Nail already positioned here in the middle. They want to go for Clocken or Sizga. They want
First,
my Clocken.
right away.
It's not enough.
Not enough, not enough. So it's a little dance. They're both disciplined with it. The ultimate of the Farsa is on the clock, so maybe they'll be able to find Shogun up top. He's immobilized, and he gets turned to dust by Vamos.
Yeah. Oh, that's the thing with the Ruby. Ruby is good in long, extended team fights, but when it comes to burst damage from Team Vamos, oh, courtesy of this Nolan, it's not going to be enough for the Ruby to survive. They want to go for an exchange though for BTR here in the bottom lane, but it seems like with the crowd control immunity that Natko has, it's going to be an easy defense coming out from Team Vamos.
Control of the river now falls for BTR by Vitality. Looks like they'll be able to get another Golem from the jungle here from Air 404, who is up top by his Lizard. 8 seconds before his orange buff spots, he's going to have to take that. But Nile and Bigatron by Vitality, they're not doing too much for this turtle. They're getting a lot of river control, seeing what they can get. Oh, Error lets go of his own orange buff. BTR by Vitality will now have to rush for this turtle. This might have been an excellent play because Zkeef is blocking a key portion of where they could rotate through. They spot now. They know where he is. Siska there now for the body block. Feathered Airstrike utilizing the center of the map so that Clockwood will not be able to join in or, make that Eman. Team Vamos gets turtle number 2. But BTR by Vitality are finding bodies, but Clockwood finds Nile. A kill for Vamos.
Oh.
And that's make it 2. That's another one. He takes down the Brody. That's 2 major carries for BTR by Vit, taken out by Clockwood on this Valentina.
And how about that? Team Vamos have disintegrated the composition of BTR. When we talk about the composition of BTR, how many times have we commended their upfront damage? But when they are separated, when they are dispersed, Team Vamos's burst is just way too much for them to handle. Only the Glue right now is a hero that can last through the one flurry of Team Vamos's combo. But you could see Nael, they melt. Eman just getting taken out by Clockon on this first pick Valentina. And even Shogun has to back out very early into these team fights because Team Vamos's damage output is just way too good when it comes to burst.
Oh no, not again. It's probably what's going through the minds right now of BTR by Vitality and their fans. Maybe it's you can see it in the distance. It's getting closer. All those jumping little shurikens, the Hanabi could be their doom. But on the top side of the map, there's going to be a play by Nile and Shogun. They're not going to be able to take down Siska. Here comes Air 404. Now he's going to be able to blink out of that space of escape. Here comes the retribution. The burst. Still, Siska jumps on the hat so that Nile gets taken out. They tried to make a play, but they get punished for it.
And just like that, Nail will again be taken out. Eman though, Sky Piercer on this Brody. And he's picked it up. He's gonna recall for now. I think he wants to use it in the upcoming team fight as soon as possible. Because especially there are 4 members gonna be collapsing down the bottom lane. Can he get out in time? The Gotf catches him. And Eman though returns damage in kind. They just want to secure the turtle. This time Team Vamos are successful in doing that.
That's going to be the pull and the burst. Big John by Vitality looking for something, a small win, anything. Because Vamos has gotten so much now, decides to go in with the space escape. Not going to be able to take down Siska. It was because of that Esmeralda holding on up top, not being able to get taken down by Shogun and Nile that has led to some big wins across the map for Team Vamos.
What a big back and forth. BTR, they're feeling their damage, their initiation, but they just can't keep on attacking. They just can't find the target. Now Zkeef eventually falls after the chain stun. But that's just the roamer. They want to utilize this Sky Piercer onto Eman, and now they're look at them activate this Brody. They're gonna be surrounding him right now, utilizing this Brody to its full potential. And Team Famos, they have led by 3,000 for the longest time now. Can they last this storm from BTR?
They've decided to turn it around in terms of their rotations. They are willingly giving up control in the opposite side of the map to bait Vamos to set up their Brody so they can finally start getting stacks. Zekif was the first attempt earlier, but unfortunately, it went to Nile. It went to the Harley, but you see it. They're hungry for it. They're looking for everything they can so that Eman can start chaining kills together for Sky Piercer stacks. They might find one. Here comes Finn, the entry. Moreno does not have his feathered airstrike. No, he just used it. He has it with him. Could it be stack number one? Yes, it is. That's 20 for Eman. That's going to be another counter burst by Klokun, who's going to be able to deal the Farsa, but that's a double for Eman. This could be 3, and it's the snowball of Bigatron by Vitality, fully activated. You saw it in their moves. You saw it in how they wanted to get the fight, and they did.
And how about that BTR chain stun? They have caught Zekif activating the first Sky Piercer stack. They've found Natko with that wonderful ult coming up from Moreno. To be fair, Klokun had his own highlight with that feathered airstrike of the copy feathered airstrike that took out one member of BTR, but Eman only had to stack up twice, and then torn apart memories as well as the natural damage output of the Sky Piercer Brody is enough. Now the Malefic gun being picked up as well. They just ramped up so quickly. Imagine 2 minutes ago, Eman just picked up his Sky Piercer, or maybe 3 minutes ago. But now he has his third item or fourth item to add to that. The Malefic gun will be so important in the damage output of this Brody from Eman.
Okay. Vamos now. How are they going to be able to answer this Brody? They still do have the Hanabi. They can play a very annoying defense, considering that they can also steal away the feathered airstrike of the Farsa. So their high ground theoretically should be good. But if they get out of the base like this, they're putting themselves at risk of setting up even more kills again for the Brody and the Farsa together. Oh, conceal play. This could be massive for BTR if they can get a latch onto it, but Vamos decide to back off.
All of a sudden, the tables have turned. BTR are now invading the jungle of Team Vamos, having the Lord on their side. A big push coming up from the Nolan might be able to pop the Holy Shields, but BTR, they're banking on that. They want that to be forced out because they can trade properly. Top lane, you can see that. Oh, big shot, big kill on Siska actually. Onto the backlines here. Wants to go for a kill. Gets the kill onto Moreno, but he's gonna be shut down by Shogun. Not a good trade at all for Team Vamos.
He tried to go after the Brody, but just as you pointed out in the draft, it was the Don't Run Wolf King of this Ruby that stopped the Nolan in its tracks. It still got the Farsa, but it messed up his tempo and flow of trying to take down Eman.
Oh, 3-man stun. Ganotkacha will not be able to pop the ultimate, but the torn apart memory. Oh, that's just enough for Team Vamos to just back out. They did eventually take out Finn. The BTR overspeeding a little bit in there.
Oh, they tried. You could see it conceptually, the Hanabi, but even though all of them were together, they still were lacking damage. They need the presence of Error 404. Maybe even just more items for this Hanabi, but don't tell me it's going to take all the way until Natko getting fully built for the turnaround of Vamos, because, again, BTR about Vitality, they can drag this game out too. They're happy with that.
Yeah. Look at this Shogun from the right side. They want to go in for the quick kill onto Finn. Renmar, look at this Shogun with the initiation. They have found Zekif, and they have the damage, of course. It's going to be a Sky Piercer again. They now make it a 4v4.
Another stack for this Brody. Vamos, they have enough, but will they still try? They trying to bait something out? Up top in the purple buff, Nile. I don't know if he was able to steal it away, but they're decided to go for the rush. Arrow 404 does have his purple buff. They're rushing it right under the noses of BTR by Vitality. Team trying to take down Siska because Nile decided to go to the purple buff. That was an easy spot by Vamos, and BTR lose the Lord.
And with that, Team Vamos have crawled their way into the game. They have found an opening and they took it. Now it makes it so that this is an even game for them. And they might pressure the mid lane. That's what they're trying to do here. They're trying to get a pickup into the middle, but you have to be careful because you have to just assume with the nature of the draft from BTR, this has to be a 5-man team. Although the Harley will be more of a flank, but you have to just understand that everybody's just together if they're playing as BTR because this is a Brody composition. So you have to really, really address that. Natko being bursted, but will survive.
Alright, still, the Hanabi holds on. Clockun does have the ultimate of the Ruby. They force the flicker out of Eman. Can Clockun find some magic with the stolen? I'm offended. Cannot get close enough. Zekif gets punished. A little bit too early there. I think they just wanted to force some battle spells, some reactions out, but it just ended up looking like they gave up Zeki for nothing.
The torn apart memory with the Sky Piercer is just too much. You'd see that Zekif has what, 3 bars of HP, about 1,500 maybe, and left on his HP pool. But then again, the torn apart memory is just too much to deal with, especially with the Sky Piercer. You know, from M6, 1 and 2. I wonder how many stacks there should be. So 6, that's about 60, right? Or no, that's about 80 now. No, I'm wrong. You start with 30, right?
Was it the 20?
20. Yeah, I start with 20.
Oh,
so
yeah, so you should be maxed out already.
Yeah, should be maxed out.
Okay, entry.
Okay.
AOG. They get the start onto it. That was a brave attempt. That was an attempt of all time. But Team Vamos might be able to make something out of this through their Hanabi, but no, I might have spoken too soon. That's despite Natko being able to get the free hits. It's not enough in terms of the damage department. The Sky Piercer onto Amon. The damage of this Brody. The damage of this Harley. BTR by Vitality are just dissecting through Vamos' attempt of catching them off guard. It's Vamos who gets punished through the entry of Zeki. Without this Hanabi, can they hold on? He gets taken aback. Siska gets punished. And it's BTR by Vitality who are going to be able to ride to this win through the Lord once they get it. Because the defense of Vamos might not just be enough.
An ambitious AOG coming out from Zekif. That opened up the fight for BTR. And how about that 3-man flicker stun coming out from Finn? Catching the members of Team Vamos off guard. Gets the refresh. Was able to take out Natko because of the ultimate. Despite being CC immune, you cannot prevent this glue from riding the Hanabi. And that meant that BTR collects 3 kills, collects the Lord as well. Have taken the game back in their favor. And this time, it's a very commanding lead that they have.
If Glue wants to, it shall do it. It will ride whomever it would want to ride. Can they end it here?
Air 4-4 has to back down. Oh, he stays. He wants to go for another ambitious play. Zekif is here. You gotta be careful. I know what you're trying to do. Don't give in to your intrusive thoughts. They won't. They will just back down. And they will have to defend bottom lane. They will have to give up this outer turret.
Blue team turret
And
has been
BTR are
destroyed.
knocking on their doors. 3-pronged attack from BTR.
Now Eman is at 80 with 2 kills that he got. Just got a reminder that you do start with 0 on the Sky Piercer, then you work your way up from there. And he is maxed out at this point. And Vamos know it. It's too difficult for them to go in for a dive because they might just get marked by the Brody and torn apart memory to finish it off. Here comes the entry by Big Drop by Vitality. They throw everything at Natko, who's trying to survive. He finally makes it to the respawn point just in time. And here comes the turnaround by Zeki. They find the Farsa, but Eman is too much of a problem. They get the Farsa down, but Eman just has too much protection and too much damage on him.
they were able to take out 2 inhibitor turrets. And with all due fairness, I think Team Vamos actually found a good opening out there. Despite everything that Eman has, they have taken out Moreno, but it's not going to be enough.
Oh, Shogun!
The jump, and it comes down with a follow-up damage. They have eliminated in the race to not go. Just like that, Eman is now poising for an endable angle. Clockun wants to go in with a stolen again. Ultimate. It's enough to clear out the minion waste. Nael wants to go forward. Remember to finish him off. What a combo from the damage dealers of Bigatron. Now Air 404 receives the deadly magic, survives for now. Finn has to go back. A close range ultimate coming from Zeykif. Eman will be able to run away from that one. The base is low. The members of BTR knocking on their doors. Oh, Error 404 bite the deck and he falls. That's it. BTR gonna advance after winning against Team Vamos.
An exciting push and pull series. It's Bigatron by Vitality who take the W. And you saw the moment it all switched for them. It looked like Vamos would be taking control of the game. But once Eman got his Skypiercer, BTR by Vitality changed their rotation, pedal to the metal, and Vamos could not stop the Brody with max stacks.
Third pick Brody, and BTR made it look really good. Made it look like the strongest marksman in the meta. On how patient they were in the first 5 minutes, where they made sure that they're not rushing things. Once the Skypiercer was picked up, it was then go time for Eman. And Eman was untouched afterwards. Able to just get kills after kills. The triple kill was the most important point for them, as they were able to close the things out, and eventually they have secured this game for themselves. What a series that we have seen. Even that last game, Team Vamos are able to scratch their way back into the game. They've found openings like the Blitz into the Lord, some pickoffs, some turnarounds. But then again, eventually BTR's composition was just way too good.
And their execution with it, way too sharp. Way too decisive, it looked like, even for Vamos to handle. He tried to get some good stuff with it. Tried to turn it around, but the slow creeping realization of the Brody might just be unstoppable ended up becoming true. And we said it in the draft as well, wherein once that Brody popped up, we had this feeling of like, ooh, what if it's the realization that Vamos might just not have enough for this Brody. They closed it out with a Farsa, which we thought might spell trouble for them. But in the end, it just ended up working out so well because they executed it down to the T. It was, again, it was amazing to watch. The moment that Skypiercer was picked up, it looked like a completely different BTR by Vitality that we saw compared to the early portions of the game.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's because Moreno was just connecting with his teammates way better this time. Or maybe it's the other way around. It's the other members connecting with what Moreno has in mind. Because when we saw how they utilized Shogun in the better half of the game, he was always on point. But then again, Finn, I think, is also very commendable in this game. So many multiple hero stunts with a combination of skill 1 and flicker skill 2 coming out from this glue. It was also the turnaround that stopped the ambitious taking. Overall, BTR, no passengers out here. Even Niall, with a lot of deaths across all games, was ever so dependable. And I like how they ended it. You can see how Niall will go in, and then Eman was ready for the torn apart memory. I think it will be the play after this one, because it looks really amazing. It looks like very calculated. You thought that you would be able to run away as Team Vamos, but no. Niall as well as Eman, I think they have gelled together so well that they have taken out. I think they can show us combo plays like that.
And not this time will they fall to a Hanabi. Not twice in just a span of a few weeks. And they do it again. They were honest with it with their Brody pickup. We had Farsa was coming. We thought it would be something else, but they still played into it. And they picked it up. The Ruby was a welcome surprise. And it seems like now in this current the game, it's to have some very glaring weaknesses maybe in a certain aspect of it. But as long as you lean hard in being able to do the thing that you want to do, it's so much better for you. It's like balance has been thrown out the window, and now it's just all about having a clear identity of how to win the game. Again, as long as you have hella damage to go with that.
That's right. And the MVP, of course, is going to be Eman, 800 GPM, 11-1-3. And even getting that immortality at the end, at the tail end of the fight, you can see how well Eman has played all throughout the series, in fact. Remember, even when he was playing the Moskov, it was just the rest of the team just getting obliterated by the Melissa. But come game 2 N3, he's shown what the limits will be for a Melissa and what the limits can be for in the gold lane. Eman have just showed us how it is to be a very dependable marksman. You just have to wait for your timing, and when the timing is right, he will be able to collect his dues.
Just when we thought that we were already out of surprises in terms of our understanding of this meta, we've gone to a series, a 3-game series at that, where the main centerpieces were Melissa and then suddenly a surprise Brody in the end at a game number 3. We still have 3 more series coming our way, but for now, I think we're going to be going off on a quick little break. We've had some amazing action. So it's not going to be a quick little one. It's going to be a pretty lengthy one. So we have a lot of time. When we come back, more action, Mlbb here at Games of the Future. It's Renmar and Wolf after this break.
is real. I just wanna know, tell me how you feel. I just wanna know, tell me this is real. I just wanna know, tell me how you feel. I just wanna know, tell me this is real.
The future is now, and that's because we're finally back from our break. And welcome back to Games of the Future 2026 Foot Esports versus B-Dubs, Bushido Wildcats. I just really wanted to call it B-Dubs first. That's going to be the next game over here in Group B. It's Renmar and Wolf, and if you just missed it, Team Vitality got to take down Team Vamos in a very exciting 3-game series.
Yeah. I think I've seen Foot Esports was during the wildcards, right? And back then, the meta that you saw from the previous game was non-existent. Teams are still finding out what Hirara should be doing. We have seen a lot of Atlas, but we are just barely seeing Beleric being put in the discussions. Definitely no Eudora, and definitely no Melissa. So this time, Foot Esports are going to be showing us different. And how about that logo from B-Dubs? Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I'm not too familiar about how strong this team could be, and even so, Foot Esports is more of a surprise to me. So this should be a treat for all of us Southeast Asian fans of the Mobile Legends game.
Yes, of course, Foot Esports, one of the top teams you can watch out for from Turkey. Names such as XC, Kazuya, Psyche, RX, and Bloodsfet. They are going to be playing in there. Meanwhile, Bushido Wildcats, they are also an invited team, and also from Turkey themselves. You have Sunshine, Nexus, and Wactor, so not all too different, or not all too much strangers, except, of course, unless you're very into the Turkish scene.
Yeah. Of course, what we know we know a little about them when it comes to, like, you know, the composition the teams themselves, but at least for them they are in the same region or same vicinity, so they probably have scrimmed against each other many times before this match. They probably have trained together, maybe know already, since they have competed against each other way too many times before. I think this is not the only tournament that they probably have played against each other, so still I think this will be a contested match between the two of them.
Bushido Wildcats on the other side. Sunshine, of course, we're all very familiar with. Wactor is now just whack. Hopefully we're not gonna get some whack gameplay from him. Hopefully we get some, well, unless he uses his name as a mean to say something really cool, then I hope we get to see some whack gameplay. Nexus in the jungle, Kurai and Kuntepper. We don't see a lot in the international scene.
Yeah.
Not as often too over in Turkey. I think, well, newer names are these two.
Yeah, to be fair, when you say the word Bushido Wildcats, I will never guess that it will come from the Turkey region. In fact, from the European region, actually. It just doesn't sound like it's from that region. But then again, surprise can be expected. Any kind of surprise will be very welcome, actually. And I hope that there is something different that we see from these teams. Of course, we want to see them play as any other team would be, like right on the meta. But if they show us something different, you know, something that refreshes or freshens up our point of view of the metagame, then I hope that it will come from this series.
Bushido Wildcats, we can talk a little bit more about them as they are a team that we haven't seen more of compared to Foot Esports. As you did mention, they were in the wild cards back in the previous season of the Turkish Championship or the Turkiya Championship, MTC. Of course, home to teams such as Aurora Gaming and Foot Esports. Bushido Wildcats found themselves in the middle of the standings. Well, that's because in MTC Season 7, it was a very top-heavy table by the end of the regular season. Aurora, Eternal Fire, Foot Esports. Foot Esports had 22 points. The gap between second and tied for fourth was 11 points. So it was a massive gap between Bushido Wildcats and Foot. So safe to say that Foot may be the favorites heading into this one. In their regular season matchup, they swept them both times.
Oh. So this means that this team will be exciting to watch for sure. That they definitely have an ample experience, I would say.
Yeah.
Actually compete against Foot Esports eventually. And by the way, what is the actual proper pronunciation of Foot Esports? Because you were in the MSC Wildcards yourselves and you're in the official broadcast. You probably have the proper way to pronounce it.
Yeah. So I wasn't in the wildcards, but the last time we casted a Foot tournament, it was actually Foot. It's really Foot. It's not F-U-T. If you hear other casters say anything besides Foot, it may be because, and I think you all know why, just a little bit uncomfortable.
Right.
When they shouldn't be. There should be no discomfort whatsoever with saying Foot. Most of us have a foot.
Yeah.
It's part of our bodies.
Yeah.
See it every day. Nothing wrong with that.
It rolls off the tongue as well. I think
Yes.
F-U-T takes up so much time. Foot Esports, love it. It's not, you would first hear F-O-O-T or foot, but then when pronounced properly, Foot Esports rolls off the tongue.
It's crisp and it's clean. And let's see if they can translate it into good gameplay as well. Of course, there's a name in the games of the GOTF lineup that's a little bit different. Let me see. Looks like it's the exact same roster from when they played MTC. However, oh wait, no. Let me double check. Yeah, it's the same one. It's the Bushido Wildcats that have someone different. In the EXP lane, they have Kuntepper when they were playing with a man named Doran. Only of Mlbb. Don't think of any other Dorans in the regular season then. So, I mean, going into this one, clearly Foot Esports are going to be the favorite. They've swept Bushido Wildcats twice. They have a wealth of experience. They have very experienced players for Foot. So, this might end up becoming just a stark difference from our previous series, wherein we saw a really competitive 3-game series. There's a chance here where Foot might just shock Bushido Wildcats. Might just, surprise Bushido Wildcats by just stomping all over them. Maybe. But let's look at it from the Bushido Wildcats perspective. We haven't seen Foot play in this meta. The wildcard meta was very different from the main stage meta in MSC.
Yeah, I agree. Because it's been a long time, and I don't know how much training they have done ever since the wildcard. So, I guess the only advantage now for Foot Esports is that they have more international experience, which I feel like is very important in these types of competitions where there's just so much competition happening. I'm thinking about like Wachter in the last time we saw him. I feel like it has been M7, right? Since we last saw them. They actually made
Boostgate.
It was Boostgate, right? So I believe that they made a lot of noise after being the unexpected winners of the wildcards. One of the 2 unexpected winners of the wildcards, and Wachter obviously instrumental to that win from Boostgate Esports. And they were also the team, and correct me if I'm wrong, they were the team that actually was able to defeat Onyx, right?
In the M7 World Championship Best of 1 stages? Yes. Oh my goodness, yeah. You're right.
So that is Wactor back then, and Kazue. If I'm not mistaken, yeah, he was with Kazue, right?
Oh wait,
so
was that M7? Because I'm revisiting M7. It looked like in the Swiss stage, Busquets, or was it in group? No, they weren't in groups. In Swiss, no, it wasn't them. Unfortunately, I'm just trying to find out who that was. Oh no, it's because their logos are both purple. It was Yangon Galacticos.
it was Yangon Galacticos. They almost lost. They almost won. Yeah.
Yes, they almost won against Sonic. Yeah.
Yeah. I remember watching it and like going back, and then it's already overturned. You know what? I want to go back to that Swiss stage. Looking at it right now, you said, yeah, you're right. It's Yangon Galacticos. Yeah, so it's different.
It was the same logo. It was the same color. It could have gotten anyone. Happens to the best of us.
Yeah.
For a moment, I also did remember the same thing because I did imagine a purple logo team beating Onyx, but nope, that was Yangon.
Yeah.
But look at where they eventually got to reach. You know, the Grand Finals MSC. Who knows? Maybe Bushido Wildcats will be able to channel a little bit of that old magic. Now that you got to remind me that you do have people there with international experience. Wactor, Sunshine, of course. Nexus, on the other hand, a longtime veteran for the Turkey scene, but has not been able to compete in the international stage just yet. This is going to be his first time.
Yeah. I want to recall where we've seen out of the other members like Sunshine, for example. It's been
Sunshine used to be an Aurora, man.
That's Aurora. Used to be
Fireflux.
Fireflux was the team that had Sunshine in it. So it's been a long time since we've seen Sunshine, but so this means that there's noticeable, or at least a recent memory of Foot Esports competing because of the MSC. But technically speaking, there's a lot more experience with some of the members of Bushido Wildcats. So exciting stuff that we're gonna see from the two teams.
Looks like might be seeing the draft in just a bit. Or I believe they still could be testing out, because once you see the coach whacking the players with a head pillow, you know probably the draft hasn't started completely just yet. But on your screen right now, of course, are the members of Foot Esports. There you go. I mean, very similar jerseys. I just wanted to make sure I got the right team. We go on over to Foot, and I believe if you look at the rosters of Foot Esports, the name that'll stick out the most will probably be Kazue. Long time, and I mean long time veteran of the scene at this point. We've seen him from a young man to a slightly older young man. But that's Kazue, man. He has all the experience after all these years.
Yeah. Looking at, I'm trying to look at Kazue and his history playing the game. Obviously, he recently played for Boostgate, but also you will always remember him from his time in well, not always remember. I think the only of you will probably remember it. Back in Bedell, I believe it was M3. Yeah, that was M3. But also because he was part of the eventual Fireflux Esports, and then the S2G Esports that also made some noise from before. So yeah, he's been playing Mobile Legends for about 5 years now, and has always been a dependable jungler from this region. So yep, let's see if he's able to power through it. There's already a lot of Europe, at least the Western good junglers out there already. I think they're still testing the game right now. Feels like, when I'm just judging from what I'm seeing from one of their players.
Yeah, I think we may still be seeing them do the ping test, unless this is already a game. Nope, it looks like, yep. We're just seeing the ping test for the teams as of the moment.
Okay.
All right. So, got excited for the draft. The draft is still going to be a while. So,
Yeah.
let's take this moment to remind you all what the Games of the Future is all about. Multi-discipline tournament, of course. This edition of Games of the Future 2026, if you're familiar from the last one that we saw, pretty much the same. Just expect that. For MLBB, you have a prize pool of around 900,000 US dollars, while first placers will get 315,000, second place will get 144,000, third place 108, fourth place getting 63,000. So there's already a big boost just from being able to make it into the top 3 from out of the top 4. And when you go up in placements, well, it's a pretty good prize pool, not gonna lie. I think everyone knows that coming especially off of MSC, it's even more motivation to do well here for GOF.
Yeah. Only happens once in every year. Games of the Future for Mobile Legends has established itself as one of the sought after tournaments, right, out there. And at least for us, because Red Marina, for those who don't know, are from the Philippines. We're happy to be represented by 2 teams from our region, and I believe there are also 2 from Indonesia. There are a lot from the West. It's what the tournaments like this is great because there's a lot more. There was a time where MSC was solely just Southeast Asia, and obviously the M Series World Championships only happens once a year. So it's just so nice to see more West versus East kind of tournaments, especially now that actually the West has taken over. Like they're now the kings of MLBB.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, Team Spirit, with their win, put EECA on the map. And of course, you had other teams such as Entity 7 make a name for themselves from Latin America who got to eliminate Team Liquid. And I'm excited to see like how else they can build on that momentum and build on that knowledge, knowing that they can take down titans of the game. I mean, discussion on the meta not suiting them aside, we can't take it away from Entity 7 and their efforts and what they did in the M7 World Championship. It's a good spread, although we do see a lot of teams from Turkey. You get, of course, there was a qualifier for teams from Kazakhstan as well, or teams from the region, and Rune Eaters are going to be the lone team from Kazakhstan. You'll also see Alpha 7 North in action over here at Games of the Future. So the boys from NA are still here around the area, and hopefully we get to see a rematch between them and Entity 7 down the line. That should be interesting, but they are going to be in different groups, and we'll just have to hope that Alpha 7, of course, any other types of matchups you'd see, you'll have to go through. Remember, there's 4 groups, and we are witnessing matchups in Group B, as myself and Wolf will be handling Group B and Group D.
Group D.
And Group A and C will be handled by our boys Lafell and Gideon on another stream. Just look for the other broadcast here.
Yeah.
On wherever you're watching from.
With so many teams being invited in this tournament, that means we had to actually simultaneously host the matches, and I think that's crazy. This is not the typical thing that's happening in the world of MLBB. Usually you just are able to watch every single thing that's happening. But of course, with a lot of competition here for the Games of the Future, it means that we will have to really just conduct the game simultaneously. I really wish we could have seen the other games as well, but because of how tight the timing is, yeah, unfortunately we don't get to see groups A and C together with B and D.
Maybe you can let us know in the chat if ever there are some insane results or crazy results from the other groups and from the other stream. Let us know, because I don't want it to get to the point where I will have both up on my screen and I'm accidentally casting the other stream. That would be embarrassing. I'm not gonna do it. Fun fact about this, as we were talking about the teams, we mentioned Rune Eaters as one of the teams that qualified. Team Spirit, interestingly enough, was one of the teams that had to go through qualifiers to make it to this tournament. So pretty crazy when you think about it. You had a bunch of teams from around the world invited.
Yeah.
And Team Spirit, I mean, no one would have Their win was massive and unexpected, and it's a crazy ending for MSC.
Yeah, for
They were a
sure.
qualified team for this tournament. They weren't
For
invited.
sure. It's crazy to think that this Kid Bomba squad different names, but eventually landed in Team Spirit. When it comes to international tournaments, make it to at least top 4, or even of course top 8, somewhere between top 4, but they're always there. They're always in the playoffs, and they're always part of the conversation. The reason why they had to go through, I'm not saying this is the official reason, but one of the main reasons probably why they weren't part of the invited teams is because of their, let's just say, inconsistency as of late. Back in M7, they weren't as dominant as they were, and that's probably why they weren't invited. And honestly, they really caught the whole world off guard with how they're able to win in MST. I've spoken to one of the coaches here in the Philippines. I'm not gonna name names, but I've spoken to him, and he said that all throughout the MSC, whenever they face Team Spirit, they always lose against them. And what he basically said is that we, quote unquote, Southeast Asians or Filipinos, have to be scared of what the quote unquote Western teams could have. Because if Team Spirit can claim the MSC championship and play like that as well, it means that other regions are now catching up.
Yeah. For the longest time, we've talked about the potential of like what happens then, or what will the landscape of MLB be, or global MLB look like once the balance of power shifts away from Southeast Asia and heads up north, or heads more to the west or east. If you look at the Pacific Ocean and you decide to cross there, and you look at North and South America, I mean, technically, yeah, but let's just use West for simplicity's sake.
Yeah.
I believe, and hopefully this is the draft starting off right away. Or are they going to be doing another pink test? Because the lads are the lads not choosing to wear headsets? That's interesting.
Well, they are in their booths.
Yeah, they want to yell
Looks
out.
like it was very separate. So yeah, or maybe when it's time to actually play the game, that's probably when they wear it. I guess when it comes to draft, you really don't have to. Again, these are just speculations. We're not saying that it is the case, guys. So
Yeah.
we're just surprised that because we have not seen a team wear headsets for a very long time.
Yep. Unless that's their thing, maybe. We're finally in the draft. Thank you all for your patience. We got to see the teams test their pings. Got to remind you what it's all about. Remember, first place at Games of the Future 2026 was $315,000 US, and we are currently in the group stages where it is double elimination. Belleric and Uranus are the bands here for Foot. They look like they want to play around the trade of Atlas, Valentina. Remember, the Marcel is still open and could be a rush pick here for Foot if Bushido Wildcats overlook it. Lots of big picks available as Foot just decided to lynch on the Belleric ban. Let's see if they're willing to pick Atlas into the Marcel, or if they're just going to go ahead and pick up the Marcel themselves with a Valentina still open.
And this is an interesting draft, to say the least. I feel like by eliminating two of the reliable tanky dudes, possible XP laners, there's also a potential for Foot Esports to prioritize their EXP lane now, like the Barretts, for example. With the Marcel and the Valentina, as you mentioned, being open, you want to really prioritize the Valentina, I feel like. But at the same time, wait, what's that? They already picked a hero. But yeah, at the same
Marcel.
time, the Marcel is just, yeah, that's right. The Marcel is just way too good. Like, even if you give away the golden hour, you don't give away the passive, which I feel like has more use cases than the golden hour because of how strong the frame moment could be when it comes to team fights.
Yeah, we've seen it many times ever since Marcel started creeping up to the pro scene. Well-timed frame moment, very disruptive for team fights. And of course, With his passive and then activating his second skill, he's just really annoying. That's why I've always called him a mosquito and will never step away from that description of the hero. It does feel like you're going up against a mosquito that loves to take pictures of you when you least expect it. The Valentina, as expected, is to pick up 4 Bushido Wildcats to be able to steal away the Golden Hour, while the Esmeralda. Remember, Marcel can give shield to the lowest health ally, that includes himself, and that's how they get to move around the Golden Hour. And Esmeralda, always very happy to go up against heroes with shields.
Marcel hates playing against the Esmeralda because Marcel is a hero that is reliant on his resistance than its HP. So it gets tanky by being hard to pierce through, but when it comes to raw HP, it's pretty low. So Esmeralda can cut through those shields, and that should be enough for them. And with the penetration of the Valentina as well, this Marcel is not always going to be fit for work. However, I like the response here for Foot Esports. They have taken this Barrett very strong here in the meta game, and of course the Nolan. But I'm not sure how good the synergy is between the 3 heroes that they have. Surely the Barrett plus the Nolan, there is some synergy out there. When the Daytona's Welcome lands, you can burst the target down easily with the Nolan combo. But between Marcel in combination with the Barretts, I think it's questionable. So we'll see how they operate with this one. But Renmar,
Oh, here we go.
our favorite. Here we go. It's the Melissa being picked up by the Wildcats.
So far, Melissa is looking like to be the hero of the first day of the tournament. Maybe we'll check in with our boys, LaFell and Gideon, and the other broadcasts to see if that's the case also with them. And that just might mean that we've seen the meta evolve in another way, where you fought for a lot of priorities for like Hirara, Fannies. Of course, they're banned here, but then that opens up the path with picking around specific EXP laners and gold laners and evolving from there. Barrett still has a very strong gravitational pull towards this meta and how you decide to play around it or against it. Meanwhile, the Melissa, especially in this game, does not have to worry about pokes just yet. Let's see if Foot Esports will play into picking up the Farsa yet again, just as a means to reach this Melissa, or do they have another way to solve this Melissa problem? Because they themselves banned out the Harley, considering that Bushido Wildcats do not have a jungler just yet.
Yeah. And the Cloud being banned, that also means that this is a identifier that the Bushido Wildcats really do want to activate this Melissa. Maybe they will consider Clint or Brody as their next ban. Foot Esports, I'm gonna be looking for another strong side laner. Yep, the Brody is there. There is an option where they go for the Paquito, but that means that they will just feed so much shields to the Esmeralda, so they might not consider that at all. Whereas Bushido Wildcats, they themselves can get that Paquito from the jungle role, obviously. Whenever there is a Nolan that relies heavily on physical damage, the shielding coming out from the Paquito as the jungler can also be considered. So I will not erase the fact that this could be a 4th pick Paquito here for Bushido Wildcats if they can play it, because I'm not entirely sure if they're familiar with that hero.
Paquito jungle, let's see. Going up against the Nolan, they will get that strong burst. I will make one simple request. Can someone... Foot, you guys have a great lineup. You know, theoretically, and I'm not just saying this because she's my bias and she's my go-to gold laner pick, and you consider maybe picking up a Beatrix, you know? Beatrix, give her Bennett, rush the Malefic Gun, build her around attack speed. That way you'll have reach, strong burst, consistent burst, because once you have like 2 items, the fast attack speed of Bennett actually really hurts, and you have ultimates that will be able to keep the Melissa at bay, because once you drop the go away, that's where you drop Bennett's rage. But it could just be like wishful thinking here. Let's see. Still a great lineup here by Bushido Wildcats, building around their Melissa. For esports are looking for a solid gold laner and mid laner.
Yeah. Atlas against this Marcel. And I think it's more of whoever pops the ultimate first loses the team fight, I feel like, between these two teams, because the Golden Hour can be countered by the Fatal Links, vice versa. It's going to be the Moskov, so a little bit greedy here coming out from Foot Esports. They need some wave clear from long distance. I think the Farsa just makes total sense in this scenario up against this Melissa. You really need some nuke damage rather than just normal burst down damage like your Selena. So yeah, Eudora, considerable nuke. Also does not give an ultimate that is good for this Valentina to pick up. Overall, a good pick here for Foot Esports. Now the Wildcats. We're gonna be looking for their jungler. Still looking at the Paquito, but maybe a Suyu actually from their. That could be another option for them.
Yeah. They only have the Eudora in terms of magic damage to worry about. So it's fine, really. It's mobile. Gets to do damage, gets to shred. You have the Melissa there anyway, so they can feed off of each other with their damage profile. This could be good. Great call there, Wolf. Gets the Suyo in for Bushido Wildcats. Still, they're building around this Melissa, but they have options for early to mid. Meanwhile, Foot Esports, we have seen a Melissa lineup go up against a Moskov lineup, and if the same thing happens and you don't get that Melissa down fast enough, the Moskov will not be able to have enough space and time to deal the damage. Which draft did you favor heading into game number 1 here?
Yeah, just to build up on what you said, I would say it's the Melissa with the Atlas that will have an easier time. And the thing with Suyo is that it's almost like it's not a utility jungler per se. It's almost like more of a fighter jungle than it is an assassin jungler, which kind of tells me that it has some ways to stay in the fight, get in and out of the fight. It's not easily burstable. So that kind of means that this Melissa will actually be able to shine. So in that regard, I would say that it's this red side team side, because the Wildcats have managed to build around this Melissa, and I think that it will be useful against Foot Esports. Maybe the only thing that I am worried about is that this golden hour plus versus the Atlas is more of a case-to-case basis on who can win. To answer your question, I think it's the Bushido Wildcats who's got an easier to execute draft.
Gotta agree with you there, but of course it is important to look for the nuances that you all mentioned, the little details. The also favorite thing we'd love to say, it depends on how you execute it. You know, at what moment can you find your place? And Blotsfet and Psyche against Kirai and Numb at the center of the map. Very aggressive with their lane trading or clearing the minion waves. Meanwhile, up top so far, RX doing relatively well up against Sunshine's Melissa. We're gonna have to look for X factors here. I might look at number 1, of course, the Barretts of XC. The timing of when he decides to go in the fights, who he catches with the Detonus Welcome, and of course, Kirai on the Valentina. And which ultimate? Most likely the Golden Hour. And when he'll be able to maximize it.
Now, when it comes to like maximization, it's gonna be up to Foot Esports how they can pave the way for this Eudora to eventually be the threat to the Melissa. Because I think, judging from the heroes that they have, Foot Esports only has that tool to make it so that the Melissa will be threatened. Once the Eudora is eliminated, this is free game for the Melissa. Every time that there's a team fight and there's no threat against the Melissa, it's gonna be easy for the Bushido Wildcats.
Perfect match entry with the Falling Star Moon as well. The turtle very low, but both junglers have been split up from the fight. It's Nexus who falls down first. Kazue gets to escape with his life. SOD goes in, but it's not going to be able to land. The Atlas falls. Foot Esports win the turtle unexpectedly after both junglers get split up from the major objective.
And Psyche just played that so well. Imagine this Eudora almost had perfect. Now he's onto the top lane. Again, the threat to the Melissa, that's how you answer it. This Eudora has been so good and has been so consistent. And look at him. He's not even taking damage at all.
completely safe. 1-0-1 for Psyche. Well-timed rotation up top alongside the rest of the team. And of course, RX read into it really well. Brought the Melissa low before the rest of the team arrived to finish her off. Sunshine is back. This could be really bad for the Melissa. Another combo coming in from the Eudora. Could be death number 2 for Sunshine. And it lands the SOD from the Moscow of RX. Foot Esports are going to be happy with the kill onto Melissa. They decide to back off because of weaving in and out. Here comes entry. Numb once again, trying to get a play for Bushido Wildcats, but it was too expensive for him to use the Fatal Links. The entry from out of nowhere, Exy with the flicker. Deadness welcome. Capping it off. Foot Esports showing their dominance against the Wildcats. They have no kills.
And you know what's really good about this for Foot Esports? Somehow they managed to feed 4 kills for their Moskov in there. And how good is that? This Moskov will have so much of a lead over the Melissa, already up with the Corrosion Scythe at 4 minutes in with additional items. It's not just the Corrosion Scythe. It is Corrosion Scythe plus 2 items that I wasn't able to really see. But this is such a good start for Foot Esports. I don't think that any team with a Moskov could have started a game like this. 4-0 for the gold laner that we said needs a lot of gold just to get by this Melissa matchup.
Here they go again. They might be able to add more to the kill count there, but RX gets dove on the perfect golden hour by Bloodspit. RX still deciding to fight into this, but now Bushido Wildcats have to run away. Flicker along with the snap to get a stun off and immobilize onto Nexus and Sunshine, but Foot Esports will be happy with what they could get. It looked terrible for RX, but a slight bit of brilliance from him means that Foot Esports are happy with the start that they've had for their gold laner. A chase onto Contepper.
I am just amazed how Foot Esports somehow find some openings. Maybe it's because Bushido Wildcats are so desperate into punishing RX. Eventually, they want to stop this Moscow from far their bodies up top, but then they get punished by Foot Esports. The first one having the Eudora up there, and then XC finding the flicker. Daytona's welcome in the fight thereafter, allowing for RX to have so much in the early stages of the game. Bushido Wildcats are in big trouble right now. They will now have the Corrosion Scythe on the Melissa, but this is in no way, shape, and form a Melissa that is fight ready.
It feels like the perfect way to describe it. Desperate are the maneuvers of Bushido Wildcats in the past few minutes. They've lost their window. They will have to delay this game as long as they could. Some questionable re-entries from Numbed. Of course, now even if you get a Great Fatal Links, it might not be the best call as you are up against a Barrett's. You will have to spend a lot of resources just to take down one of the 2 frontliners in Bloodfest and Exy. During that time, you could easily get bursted down by the Nolan and Eudora. Seems like Bushido Wildcats, everything has gone wrong for them, and Foot Esports are on the way to a potentially perfect entry and win by Exy. The flicker that Detonus welcome again, doing really well for Foot Esports. Contepper was in the back, but he knew that he had to back off. He could not do much, and they chased down Nexus right under the second tower. The members of Bushido Wildcats are getting feasted on by Foot Esports, and you can see just how well Foot knows Bushido. They've swept them twice in MTC Season 7, and in this game, they have their number. But Bushido Wildcats finally got on the board with a kill onto Bloodspit, who was trying to keep the other members of Bushido Wildcats as bay as Psyche and RX. Try to finish off the tower in mid. They're not going to be able to, but at that point, you could just walk up to it, basic attack it twice, and you should be fine. Kazuha gets the turtle for free.
Oh, the initiations coming out from Foot Esports. So on. You can see that Daytona's welcome and the flicker. Perfect entry. Finding the right members of Bushido Wildcats. Even the stun coming out from RX is so dependable. And of course, this Eudora with the flicker plays, catching off guard the members of Bushido Wildcats, because why would you think that you're the first one to go in? I think that Foot Esports are just on a different level right now, and they're just literally outplaying the Wildcats.
You can have a really good lineup, but how do you execute it? That was the big question that we had. But esports are answering. They are better at executing. They are dissecting the members of Bushido Wildcats. Even beneath the turret, nowhere is safe at this point. 10,000 gold lead. They are doing everything perfectly. And the Wildcats cannot find an angle to answer.
Wow. How can they get through Bloodspet now? As well as the Thunder Belt. And how can they stop RX 5-0-3 on this Moscow? Nexus, the last pick Soyu, has not found an opening yet against their opponents. Bushido Wildcats are just completely lost in this game. And the reason why that is because of their overcompensation of their resources up top. Earlier into this game, they put so many bodies into the top lane that they only ended up feeding that into the 4 kills of RX.
Entry. Another one. Easy catch. Numb gets taken out. And in some ways, this all started when Numb decided to re-engage alongside Kuntepper up top. And we thought that Bushido Wildcats had enough of Foot's attempt to get even more kills. But because they re-engaged, they got even more kills. Because Uwe just bursted Sunshine like that. Even I missed it. That's how you know you just gotta go next at this point. Bushido look completely out of their element.
Oh man, that is so bad. And I'm telling you, Redmar, all these Barrett's players in the international scene, they're just so sneaky with it. They're just so good. I mean, I think that all the good Barrett's players out there, like the likes of Shogun, we saw even Lutpi as specific moments in the game. Kid Bomba, phenomenal Barrett's player. They make it look like the Barrett's is very sneaky and very. And I feel like whenever there is an underperforming Barrett's, that kind of performance always floats and always gets magnified because of how good the other Barrett's will be. So it's just like the standard for playing the Barrett's has increased so much, especially the sneaky Barrett's gameplay.
Sneaky Barrett's, who thought a large big boy could actually be played so sneakily?
Yeah.
It's the EXP laners have done a terrific job. XC, of course. No. Enough discount what he's done in this game. Perfect. Freezes. Coming in from Blastfat in this Marcel. Bushido Wildcats look like they got lost in the sauce and they're not ready to deal with Blastfat and his aggression. Fatal links, but the golden hour stops the response, delays it instantly. Numb gets taken out. Kuntepper falls. That's 2 kills for RX. And this is a go next moment. Triple kill for RX to close things off. Dominant 4-Foot Esports.
15-1 the kill score between the two teams. We did say that we favor the composition that the Wildcats were able to make. But in the first few minutes of the game, we already saw how good Foot can be when it comes to their execution. And it took so much coming out from the Bushido Wildcats. They felt very desperate to compensate for the top lane problems that they're facing with the Melissa versus that Moscow matchup. They ended up feeding so much. The Eudora in the early stages was so active from the turtle fight when both teams just decided to zone out the junglers of the opposing side. The Eudora came up on top, traversed the map from the bottom up to the top to get more for his team. Everybody's just so active in this lineup of Foot Esports that it felt like it's just a one-sided affair from minute 1 up until the end.
Yeah, it was such a tough time there. And you can't even just say like it really began from them not being able to readily handle this Marcel. Though there is it did play a huge factor, of course, but I feel like they weren't also just ready to handle with the tankiness of the Barretts. It was this play right here it was the re-engage that we'll see when Numb hits level 4. I don't know if we'll see that exact moment. Should be coming up in just a bit. There it is. Hits level 4, he decides to re-engage, but at that point, Nexus and Karai were zoned out. If he was timing it for the of Contempor, great, but at that point, that means the Barrett is also on the way, so...
Yeah.
You mentioned desperation. Yeah, I like the idea, and I like that phrase where they overcompensated for their losses. Like, you really wanted to get some, but in all attempts, they got nothing, and they got punished for it.
Yeah. A Fatal Legs cancel by the Purify. And there's also so much that you can do with the Barrett's ultimate with the Flicker. Before then, we saw XC just delay the Flicker up until the last moment. So you'd think that you'd be able to dodge the Daytona's welcome, but it ended up hitting because of that Flicker play. And you see that Eudora with the Flicker then to eliminate the Soyo with the ultimate afterwards. And there will be another kill that they were able to get because of that stun coming out from RX. Well, Esmeralda apparently gets out, but yeah, they did eventually kill the one near the turret.
And this, Twin Esports ending the game quickly and with a lot of kills over this. It has to be a big bounce back here for Bushido Wildcats. Major recalibration for sure, because it has to be a really honest team conversation at this point, it feels like, where guys, they're playing way better than us, we're overcompensating. In terms of the micro, they're all individually doing something great. Everyone just needs to like relock in. Again, we have some members here, of course, Sunshine especially for Bushido Wildcats, but that really feels like it's going to be a tough moment, a tough pill for the entire team to take. If they want to force this game 3, they have to be honest with themselves.
Well, to look back and see what they have went wrong with, where they can improve on, but nevertheless, a really good start for Foot Esports. That's definitely a big momentum swing in their favor, not only when it comes to that specific all throughout this entire series, and then eventually the whole tournament, because you're gonna feel a lot more confident with how you're playing. You haven't really revealed that much because you just showed how good you are when it comes to like punishing the movements of your opponents. And of course, that will give so much of a momentum boost for each of the players playing in Foot's side, especially because they almost wildcard in their hand. They had a straight up shot early into this month or last month to take themselves to the international stage of MLBB, and now they are back after a month. Are you gonna be safer? And for now, we're gonna be hopping into a break. When we come back, it's game number 2. See you soon.
Үлкен істер әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCCKZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
Major recalibration needed here for Foot Esports. Well, no, excuse me. Flip that on the other boat. For Bushido Wildcats, if they want to force Foot Esports into a third game, excuse me for that. As well, we didn't get to see enough of good stuff from Bushido Wildcats in game number 1. If you're just joining us, Foot Esports completely dominating them in game 1. Draft-wise, we thought it'd be Bushido, but the execution really just showed Foot are on another level.
Yeah. I think it's mainly because of mastery, I feel like. I think it's just experience that we saw from the side of Foot Esports that's way above of what Bushido Wildcats can offer. And I feel like because of their most recent international tournament stint. Whereas for Foot Esports, it feels like it's easy for them to punish whatever Bushido Wildcats wants to do. It's very easy to win a game if you could get 4-0 on your gold laner, and that's a pipe dream for all gold laners out there, let alone Moscow players, right? Get the killing spree right before the 4th minute. All of a sudden, you're just snowballing so much, and your opponents panic. They wouldn't know what to do, and they end up making even more mistakes thereafter.
The recovery that Bushido needs to do here will go beyond the coach telling them, hey, y'all just gotta be better, man. No, it's like, you gotta find that balance. It's like, after a loss like that, you're gonna have to motivate them, remind them they can still do this. Forget about the fact that they were able to also sweep you up in the previous Turkey Championship. I mean, this is the meta for creativity and teams that you don't expect to get wins to get wins. If more than anything, Bushido Wildcats is maybe their best chance to shock Foot Esports. But Foot, again, with the wealth of experience that they have across their entire lineup, of course, they just competed in MSC during the wild card, during a completely different meta landscape. Well, they just simply look better. So,
Yeah.
if you were to tell Bushido Wildcats, like, where should they begin in terms of their execution? Because draft-wise, we liked it. Execution-wise, where do they start?
Okay, I think the straight up answer to that is to take care of their jungler way better, especially in the turtle fights, because I think that they were so focused on defeating the opposing jungler that they forgot to protect their own. And I think that they could have collected even more punishments if they have found a Eudora that's diving deep into their backlines, into their Suyo right there. So I think that's my immediate answer to that. Otherwise, just to not really just tunnel vision into answering one specific lane of the game, because that can really easily be a problem for them as the game progresses, because they're always gonna be making mistakes after one another, like like a stack of dominoes gonna be falling over. So I think that's how they could approach this. Just do not tunnel vision into some of the mistakes that you did, and also protect their jungler in the early stages.
Yeah, that's a good start. I mean, we did get to see that team fight where literally both junglers, wait, what is that? That is adorable. I want one for myself. If that is official Foot Esports merch, please let us know. Anyways, we did get to see the jungler get split up. Oh, it could have gone. I feel like it could have been a worthy trade if they were able to get Kaz away, but they just didn't. They leaned it a little bit too hard. And maybe that's it. Maybe it's also that idea of also telling them, okay, yes, you give them a good specific thing to do, protect your jungler, but generally tell them, you guys are getting way too kill hungry at the wrong time.
Yeah, that's right. Not gonna be the ban. Bushido Wildcats on the blue side might mean that they prioritize maybe the Atlas this time, or because they don't have to. Sorry, the Atlas is already banned. But maybe the Fanny, I wouldn't say the Fanny, but it will be banned out. So what do you take now if you are the Wildcats? Do you, Eric, immediately, do you take the Valentina since it's always a party?
Oh,
they go for Nina instead.
Okay, when we say that's interesting in a specific tone, you guys can tell that it's another way for us to go, huh? Why? What? And I will be honest and just go, huh? Why? What? Is it taking it away from Psyche? Is Kirai just a really good Selena player? Okay, we have seen Selena as being such a massive point of focus that if Kirai pulls this off, first pick Selena, then you know what? Go ahead. Tokyo Ish King, you deserve it. But that's a big what if. It's a huge gamble to lock this Selena right away.
Especially because the Beleric and the Valentina is open. When we talked about how important these two will be, and now the Beleric being taken by Foot Esports, the Valentina a blind pick out here, but it just makes sense. They're waiting for the first punishment for Bushido Wildcats in this draft. And what I mean by that is who gets to decide what our jungler exchange will be. So it's gonna be now up to Bushido Wildcats. Will they go for a Harley pick, or will they go for the Nolan in combination with this Selena, right? Or will they go utility? Oh, okay, so it's going to be the Nolan, which means that Foot Esports Uranus actually good opening, much like their previous opening. Foot Esports, they have an option for, well, okay, they go for the Paquito Flex. 3 roles to be fulfilled, and this is the power of picking up the duo mid first. You are left blind. Bushido Wildcats, what will you ban this time? Because you know that the Paquito can be played 3 ways in this game.
It's like they're gonna have to really pick. Oh, that's a cool for a ban by Foot Esports, and that I feel like it's just a tell that they really know Bushido more than maybe even Bushido knows themselves. So now they've taken away one possibility in a way where, actually no, not really. You can still flex the Paquito here. It's just they're narrowing down their potential options for the jungle, but you're not really stopping the Paquito from going into the jungle unless you find a way to manipulate the draft so that at least no matter where it goes, it'll struggle. No, you already have the Uranus. You can't put the Esmeralda elsewhere. That's tough. I think you're just gonna have to decide that you're not gonna completely read where this Paquito is going until the end, and then you just pick up heroes that could potentially give it struggle, no matter what role that it gets slotted into. Excuse me.
Yeah. Eason Shin. Harley, perhaps another good ban, or maybe just the Uranus answers like Esmeralda, because you already banned the Barretts, right? So
yeah,
if you ban the Esmeralda, you really limit the choices for the EXP for Foot Esports, which might prompt them to put the Beleric in there, or maybe a Yu Zhong. So it kind of makes it so that Foot Esports will have to dig deeper or scrape the bottom of the barrel when it comes to their XP lane choices, and they go Dairoth, which is also another bottom of the barrel kind of a pick. It's definitely one answer to the Uranus, but some teams have proven that even against the Dairoth, the Uranus could be good. So I do understand the ban, though. I'm not saying that it's a bad ban. I totally understand it. With esports now, they will reveal one role at least. But I think the safest pick is the Esmeralda.
Yes. At least that way, it's still a flex. You still can put the Paquito in the gold or the jungle, so you're leaving it open for reading. And then Esmeralda into the Uranus, most importantly, is very clear. But no, they pick up the Brody. They still keep an option of a jungle and EXP flex for the Paquito. But no, they're being honest with it, and they're playing around a Brody in the gold lane.
Yeah. That's a good pick in a way that they take it out on Bushido, because Bushido Wildcats went for the Nolan, right? So one of the strong gold lane marksman picks have been taken away from them. So it means that they will have to either go for a weak side gold lane or a fighter gold lane, which is can be weird, especially because we know that the Brody can now be a good matchup against the Melissa. Bushido Wildcats will just settle for this one, which also is understandable. But I do like the glue. So it's the glue in the Uranus that will now be able to protect the Melissa. which means Foot Esports, if this is a Paquito in the jungle, their EXP should have a way to make it difficult for two tanky dudes. So I think Esmeralda here for Foot Esports.
Yeah. Last best option. They end up putting they put Paquito EXP and they still pick up the Harley in the jungle. They have the burst. You know what? Despite the Selena first pick, it ended up still working out quite well for Bushido.
Both games we say that Bushido Wildcats' draft is good. And I'm gonna stick with that. I think that they have built a wonderful composition in here. The problem I have with Foot Esports lineup is that there's just too damage leaning, and they don't have many ways to really make it a problem for the Uranus as well as the group. And when I said damage leaning, they went in for glass cannon builds like Harley, the Paquito in the EXP, and the Brody. Right? So, of course, they're not like literally pushovers, like they cannot be easily taken out. But at the same time, they're not the tankiest of all the heroes, right? So, it means that this Melissa will have a field day later on. But they did design it in a way that they have a dive against the Melissa. If they are able to find an angle, this Harley, the Paquito, and the Brody can actually be able to defeat the Melissa if they found the opening.
Just pop it fast enough before she could even get the go away off. Welcome to game number 2 of Bushido Wildcats versus Foot Esports. Let's see if they'll be able to make it work and finally execute better than Foot has. So far in the EXP lane, it looks like XE has Kuntepper's number and this Paquito Uranus matchup for now. The last time we saw a glue in a Uranus earlier today, of course, with the Melissa. It helped the Melissa get so much space. Controlling the river, our Bloods fed Psyche and Kazue against Kirai, Numb, and Nexus. I think we can decide or clearly see how this game is going to go, depending on how Bushido will be able to execute Turtle number 1 with their composition. Oh, okay. Very nice arrow there. Okay, Kirai.
Doubts erased. Officially. Okay, Kirai. You may enter the group chat right now. But kidding aside, that was an important arrow, and if you think about it, it's linear arrow. I mean, it's like an expected arrow, but I feel like Psyche got magnetized into that kind of angle where he thinks that it will be it will be an off-angle arrow, but it turns out it's just straight up basic angle for an arrow that he ended up getting magnetized into.
Xe and Kazue have really good angles here. Gotf finds Kazue. Xe with a burst will not be able to fully land the combo, but Nexus gets taken out as Psyche decided to join in the fight and burst him down. No more jungler here for Bushido. And there it is, our question yet again about the execution of Bushido Wildcats as Foot Esports are making this turtle fight and post-turtle fight look easy. Though they did get to minimize their losses, they can still build through that. Foot Esports have a small lead.
Back-to-back games, Foot Esports are able to take out the jungler of Bushido Wildcats, to take out the Nolan, in fact. And this time, they didn't have to zone him out. They actually took him out under the turtle. Because they, at least Nexus, felt like they wanted to, that they really have to get in front of the turtle to take it with the retribution, that it will be a retribution battle. It ended up Foot Esports turning into him, or turning on to him, and they were able to take him out easily. Bushido Wildcats' early lead with that first blood now erased. Foot Esports have willed their way back into the game.
It's surprising too that it came from the fact that Bushido Wildcats just found themselves in that position because of their own rotation when they rotated together as a team in mid to get control in the mid. Not that I'm judging that, but they weren't able to completely mark Xe, who now found a good angle in the back. Sunshine almost getting taken out there by a torn apart memory. And it's those little things and little things in MLBB and pretty much every MOBA title eventually compound into way bigger results and outcomes. And them not being able to check that bush where Xe was, they were able to check the bush where Kazaway was. But once they found the good angle for Nexus, Xe didn't completely land the combo, but Nexus ended up dashing into the turtle pit, into the hands of Psyche, into a kill for Foot.
No. They want to make a move down in the bottom lane. But already the Euro is receiving so much. Actually forced to pop that flicker. Goes back into the fight. Of course, being able to tank it through. Now the turtle commences. No deadly magic for now for Kazaway.
Looking really good here. Bushido Wildcats, Nexus, running out of time here. Oh, they go already commit the ultimate, the Wrath of the Dryad from Blotsfed. Foot Esports might have pulled their trigger onto the team fight a little bit early, but Nexus is still alive. But that's okay for Foot, because with the Roamer and the XP laner down, there is no way Nexus, Sunshine, and Kirai can contest this by themselves. Just better execution there in the end for Foot. And even though Bushido Wildcats made it look like Foot Esports was scrambling for a little bit, it was they themselves who didn't know which angle they could take so that they could turn it around. The missile arrow is going to land. That might be a start of something, but it only takes half the health of Xe down.
And talk about the disastrous jump coming out from Numb. Activates the ult onto Blotsfed. Almost a free flicker for this Beleric, who eventually pops the Wrath of the Dryad in that fight to catch two of the members of Bushido Wildcats. Granted, they're two tanky heroes, but up against 5 members of Foot Esports with the Brody in that second turtle. They ended up just giving 2 extra kills for Foot Esports. Unfortunately, I feel like that ultimate coming out from Numb ended up being a bad play for Bushido Wildcats.
It's like, hey guys, I pulled back the Beleric. Oh no, I'm sorry everyone. Free movement for
Laker.
the Beleric. And now they're going to be able to find Contemper. No catch. No turnaround at all. They're going to try to threaten this purple buff away from Nexus. He left it way too early, but he still got it. Could have ended so badly for Nexus. But he was forced to pop his retribution just so he could secure his own purple buff.
Kazaway wanted to go for exchange, will not get anything. But this means that Bushido Wildcats will not be able to defend their top lane, their tier 1 top. That will be a free kill. RX actually did not even hit because they wanted to get a kill up top. Uranus able to get out. There is the expanding rivers boost, as they can position themselves around the turtle once again. It's the 3rd turtle. It seems like Foot Esports have a good enough foothold off.
Right there, down in the orange buff. Kazaway's already taking it. Because of the quick little pokes from Psyche, they're not going to be able to get the information in time. Steals it away, Bushido. Their map has shrunk even more so early on. Not even past the 20k gold mark. Another ultimate from Blotsfed. The Wrath of the Dryad is perfect, and Psyche brings down the recalls. Again, it just feels like one more time, Foot showing just how much better they are than Bushido Wildcats.
Turtle will be slain, and the bottom lane getting pushed by RX. RT's being pressured right now. They're gonna cut the waves for now. They wanted to take full advantage of this early game. They're even taking the purple buff now. This might be even more one-sided than the game before. And that game before had a 4-0 Moskov in the gold lane.
I guess you could look at the silver lining for Sunshine and Bushido Wildcats as he has yet to fall. Although Contemporary might be the next one here on the docket. Yeah, he will be. He's going to be able to drag this out for quite some time, but in the end, he's just going to get taken out here by Bushido. They're going to have to convert this into something, but the thing is the kill happened way earlier.
Yeah.
There's a chance that even if Bushido gets this tower, Foot might just punish them for it. Oh, they're not even going to be able to take it.
Oh, not even. And they forced the flicker, they used the flicker, on the Uranus. Mayo 0-3. While that's happening, RX is the one able to get the trade. Oh my, now they're poising to get another kill, will not overly dive. And be
Looking
waiting
at this,
for the
I
Lord,
honestly-
who should spawn in 42 seconds from now. With the Harley is taking out the bars of Numb, the glue, the roam. That should be tanky enough, but Kazaway is just such a big threat now for the Wildcat.
Yeah, it really just looks like Foot has Bushido Wildcats' number. We're probably a Lord Fighter 2 away from this game getting capped off with a Foot Esports win and sweeping the series against Bushido Wildcats. Even if a Hail Mary arrow lands, you still have so many heroes you gotta deal with. You take out the Harley, there's still the Brody and Paquito. You take out the Paquito, there's still a Brody and a Harley. It's like layers after layers of things you gotta deal with, even if you get an Abyssal Arrow in. Nexus and Sunshine, those two seem like they're not yet in the right timing, gold-wise and resource-wise, to be able to count themselves as a considerable threat to Foot Esports. They get Lord 1 for free. Seems like they'll be able to get a healthy push in, and then they'll be able to cap it off with a Lord 2 win. Nexus gets spotted up top and just gets deleted by Psyche and RX off cam. Foot simply are better than Bushido Wildcats at this point.
And look at that, Psyche already pressuring some movements up from Wildcats up top. Holy Shield still available in the middle, but the Lord is pushing in that lane as well. Top lane can be pressured by RX, and down the bottom lane it's going to be XC. A three-pronged attack from Foot Esports, but up top they have punished RX with that stun coming out from Kirai. A much-needed victory for Bushido Wildcats, and they take out and get the shutdown onto RX.
A ray of hope. If I'm not mistaken, that should also be Bounty 2, as it is at 4 kills. Bushido Wildcats, okay, maybe they can keep playing it through. Oh, another Abyssal Arrow, but they are not going to be able to convert this right away. Even though it is Kazue, it's too risky to dive into it. That's why there being no Brody. Again, we mentioned it. There's layers upon layers of things you have to worry about if you're Bushido. But that's a start. That is something to build on if you're the team. Nexus just gets the Malefic roar for himself in the jungle.
So to take it now. XE in the middle. Oh, Kazue looking for any sort of pickup right now, because they will have to wait for 80 seconds before the Lord spawns. That takedown on RX up top really slowed this game down for a little bit for Foot Esports, and will allow Bushido Wildcats to at least fight for the life. Unless this could still play, it's gonna be good. Good thing Numb stopped that from happening, as well as the models coming out from Sunshine. It's enough. The push from the bottom still is gonna continue. Foot Esports to claim that inhibitor, which happens to be the opposite lane of the upcoming Lord.
What if Melissa just makes some magic again? What if Foot Esports are not ready to deal with this Melissa during a siege? They are relatively close to mid-range. There's no actual long-range bomb. They have a strong dive in the Harley to access the back, to potentially split them open. Get Blotsfed to enter with a Flicker Wrath of Dryad, and just get XE and RX to focus on the base. But even then, there's a lot of steps to take in a team fight. Let's see if they can drag this out long enough, Bushido Wildcats, to prove us wrong, to prove Foot Esports wrong, and to force out a game number 3. But definitely, it might not be the time just now, because even Kazuha is melting the Uranus like that. And the Lord is going to be up. Maybe Bushido can hold on just one more defense. And if they get some kills without losing any bodies, then they might be able to set themselves up for a comeback.
A lot of ifs. I mentioned Renmar, but that is just the only way to approach this for Foot Esports. They really have to find something out of nothing, and so far, Bushido Wildcats are going to be losing despite Sunshine taken out, and they might even lose more. They have taken out Blotsfed, but their Uranus is slowly being melted down. A punch from XC is going to be enough. Kirai wants to go over, but he's getting taken out and raced by this Harley, and they will be able to take out one. take them to the grave. But then again, there's still Foot Esports with a lot of minions and a lot of firepower as they look to end this series 2-0. A dominant performance coming out from Foot Esports.
Bushido could only deal with the ifs and maybes, but Foot Esports deal in absolutes. 2-0. And Bushido just looked completely outclassed in the...
Unbelievable performance coming out from Foot Esports from game number 1. And remember, 2 games that we thought the draft is winnable for Bushido Esports. However, they just couldn't find the opening. Renmar, you asked me what they can do after game number 1's loss, after game number 1's one-sided loss, in fact. And I said they had to protect their jungler. But the same thing happened for Nexus in the 2 games that we've seen, which is being taken out as soon as the first turtle spawns. And I think that's where most of the problems for Bushido Wildcats lie. They just couldn't find their momentum, their launch pad. They just could not start their engine because as it seems, they could not make a way for Nexus to shine.
Foot Esports, on the other hand, they were shining all throughout. As you put it, of course, Bushido Wildcats could not get their moment for Nexus, could not get their moment for Sunshine. It was even a bit of a blur to me how Sunshine was taken down right there in the end. That was just great teamwork by Foot. I was looking at how Numb looked like he was just stopping the Kazue Harley from getting in, but the rest of Foot just were able to enter perfectly. Executional difference. That's where it really boiled down to. You can definitely tell Bushido has some interesting approaches in the draft, interesting takes that, again, even after the Selena first pick, it looked like they still ended up on a really good position draft-wise. It's just that they weren't able to pull it off. And they still have one more life in this tournament, but they're going to be going up against Team Vamos here in Group B, which we all know how Team Vamos is going to be like. They are not going to make that an easy game for Bushido Wildcats. Meanwhile, Foot Esports will be going forward. A team that missed out on the main stage of MSC, went through the wildcards, weren't able to qualify, unfortunately. They'll be going up against Bigatron by Vitality once we head into the next day.
Such a exciting match to watch. I hope that Foot Esports will be prepared for that, and especially because there's a lot of like Melissa battles. There's a lot of like Brodies now getting picked up. The Belleric, of course. I think that we are at that point where it's Belleric and Atlas. Typical exchanges in the in the roam position, and that's gonna be an exciting match to watch. Now, Bushido Wildcats, I hope that they have learned so much from this game. Even when it's back-to-back one-sided games, they should have learned something from it, because their next match will be elimination, right? So they will not be able to proceed with games of the future if they could not learn their lesson. But of course, a lot of good plays from the other members. MVP is actually Psyche, the Valentina this time. And I would say that he played so well in game number 1 and especially in game number 2 with the Valentina. And overall, a commendable performance coming out from Psyche all throughout the series.
Consistent on the mid lane. Valentina in game number 2. Earlier in game number 1, if I'm not mistaken, he was Eudora, there we go. Thank you.
Right.
Thank you for reminding me. But yeah, overall, it's just, we go next. This is that mentality now for Bushido Wildcats, and hoping to see if they'll be able to make a bounce back here, considering that they are also up against a very tough opponent next in Team Vamos. Meanwhile, for Foot Esports, they needed a dominant win like this, as they are now going to be going up against Bigatron by Vitality. If I'm not mistaken, that should be happening in our broadcast tomorrow. But for today, we're just going to be moving on to a next set of matches. Of course, thank you all for joining us. If you missed the previous matches, we got to see Bigatron by Vitality take down Team Vamos in an exciting 3-game series. 2-1 over them, sending Team Vamos in the lower bracket final, going up against Bushido Wildcats. Meanwhile, of course, upper bracket final, you get Bigatron by Vitality, and you get Foot Esports going up one against each other over there. When we get back, more action. I think we'll keep you on your toes as to which match we're gonna get, because that's how we like to do it. Have a good amount of time up until the next one, so we should be good. Again, Renmar and Wolf here. That's gonna be it for us now. When we get back, more MLBB action here at Games with the Future 2026 after this break.
Үлкеніздер әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкімен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCCKZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
these images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me, filling my mind with these images, yeah. You've got me saying words in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me, filling my mind with these images, yeah. You've got me saying words in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah. When you're coming back around. You've got me saying words in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me, filling my mind with these images, yeah. You've got me saying words in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me, makes me feel I can't breathe right, right. is real. saying what's in my head, filling my mind with these images, and it's the way that you look at me, filling my mind with these images. You've got me saying what's in my head, filling my mind with these images, and it's the way that you look at me, filling my mind. You've got me saying what's in my head, filling my mind with these images. images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me, filling my mind with these images, yeah. You've got me saying words in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me, filling my mind with these images, yeah. You've got me saying words in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah.
tier 2. And now only the bottom side that has the tier 2 left. The Lord is still marching forward, and this is still not easy for Aurora Gaming because the siege coming in from SRG between the Selena as well as the Melissa. Even if they don't, oh my god, Sigi Boom got stunned, Yums jumped in, Tyrant's Rage onto 2, and then the follow-up coming in from Cram with the, oh my goodness, now SRG, that was a sick engage.
That was pretty crazy. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if SRG was ready or they just have to be ready at all times, right? Every single time these arrows come out, it seems like their eyes are already looking towards it, whether it gets hit or not. Maybe that's something that Aurora Gaming could use. Oh no, another one.
Well, what the heck? TNZ got caught mid-flight and they burned it down. Stormy gets another kill. Lunar probably get taken down by Uni, but it's like Yums is the one that secures the kill, and then a double for Stormy. Getting a kill with the trap. Selangor Giants, they are not stopping. They are relentless. 12 minutes, 36, 37. Sigi Boom gets taken down. Wipeout SRG. They took down Aurora Gaming in under 13 minutes.
Holy, wow. I definitely wasn't expecting SRG to be coming out of the gate swinging as hard as they did, if I'm being perfectly honest here. They are punching, it feels like they're punching above their weight. It feels like they are chasing for something more. They are trying to correct all the mistakes that they made during MSE here. Despite it, honestly, the draft, I wasn't 100% convinced about it. Now seeing the way that they can play from ahead, sure, it looks good, but if they didn't have that lead in the first place, would it have looked the same? Was this all Banker's couple of interactions, or was it 100% faith in the teammates?
I feel like it's 100% faith in the teammates because come on, you just throw it out. You just throw it out. We're gonna go in.
Again, I mean, we're just seeing highlights of how many headshots this man can hit. And of course, there was that big wombo combo, of course, from Rosa alongside with Lunar. But even so, those moments ends up getting Rosa killed anyways. I think right now, Aurora Gaming, they're just not reacting to the arrows fast enough. I think that's going to be the main issue. I don't think the draft had much of an issue in this particular case, but a lot of these fights ended up in choke points. And I think that's something they have to recognize here. As much as they are good at choke points, I think, unfortunately, SRG is arguably even stronger just because of that penalty zone, right? Every single time you see Cram actually walking in, trying to follow up for the kill, he can absorb a decent amount of damage thanks to his passive Body of the Smith. And when you think he's about to go down, that's when you see Innocent. That's when you see Yums come up with a go away from me, even with the Tyrant's Revenge in times, just to ensure that no, our space is front to back. You're never going to get past us.
Well, this is insane. By the way, Mirko, I know you're watching this one. Shout out to you. In fact, you know what? To all the streamers watching, shout out to you guys. You guys have been amazing. But this is, I don't know, Gideon. How does Aurora respond? I really feel like either ban the Selena or get it quick.
Either ban the Selena or get it quick. I don't know. I feel like the Kufra was played really well from Yums. Like, the early game was kind of dicey, but once they got that lead, I think that Yums did a really good job at completely shutting down TNZ while still finding like major value with his own ult. I think that's something that Aurora just has to play around, unfortunately. This Selena, I'm not 100% sure whether it's worth the ban or not. Maybe we'll see if Aurora goes over to the red side. They're probably going to leave it open and see whether SRG is going to be the ones who end up banning it.
Honestly, listening to the other streamers, even they're agreeing that this Selena has to go. I mean, Rosa's Selena is pretty good, so I think they will try to get it away. I'm more surprised that the Kufra worked this well. I mean, I use Kufra as well before, but I haven't touched it in like 1 year plus. Now I want to play it again. Oh my goodness.
Yums made it look like he was rusty during MSC, and now he's put in a couple of hours to kind of, add that extra layer of polish towards the end there. It has been a very, very volatile game. Very surprising to see that SRG was able to kind of come back into form and really put down their signature playstyle. The early game interactions obviously not in favor of Aurora, but I think that's something that they can work out with, down the line, or at least a single VOD review. But with that being said, our teams need to hit the drawing board. They need a little bit of a break. And of course, when we come back, more Mobile Legends action.
үлкен істер әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкімен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCCKZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
Did you know that a fan-made map jump-started a whole genre in competitive sports and contributed to the development of one of the adored games of many, Mobile Legends Bang Bang? Multiplayer Online Battle Arena, abbreviated as MOBA, is a subgenre of strategical games which started out just as a game called Aeon of Strife. Though it was far less developed than the typical games in the genre, since the characters didn't have any abilities. But the principle for the gameplay was established quite clearly. Players controlled a single hero unit fighting on 3 lanes, which were protected by defensive towers. Might be unusual to hear for us now, since the MOBA genre is so popular. But it was not true at all for the first 6 years of the genre's existence. Dota, League of Legends, Smite, Heroes of the Storm popularized the genre and eventually led to the creation of Mobile Legends. Released in 2016, Mobile Legends was designed to appeal to a broad audience, and appeal it did. The free-to-play business model, along with captivating heroes, were enough to win over the hearts of many gamers. Now, Mobile Legends Bang Bang has a rich international presence, attracting many players from Southeast Asia and
Games of the future. Games of the future.
And we are back. Thank you so much for all checking out Digital Games and waiting for these games to actually begin. These teams are making sure that they are doing everything in their power to get a draft for this upcoming game. Because if they learned anything from this previous matchup, oh boy, maybe it's not necessarily just the draft. Maybe it's just one particular hero. Or is the Selena more so going to get a ban round, or is it going to get instantly snatched up for a different pick? We're going to find out as we're starting to head on into the drafting phase between SRG alongside Aurora. We'll figure out whether or not which teams, well, in this case, Aurora, which side they actually want. But let's say, LaFell, you are midnight right now. You go on blue side, you go on red side.
I think I want red side. Hold on. If I go red side, I ban Freya, I ban Keto, and then maybe Fanny. Or let the Fanny go and then ban out the Selena. Because you asked me, Gideon, and rarely would I say I prefer blue side. Honestly.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
Only
I thought that
because-
maybe after the stats, like maybe that could have changed your mind a little bit here.
No, I don't know. Maybe like as a player, like I'm not as experienced of a coach as these guys, right? But as a player, I just find a lot of value having two early picks, one pick at the second phase of ban, and then the last pick. I don't know. Like I know the numbers usually say first pick is good, but I don't know. Like as a player, I just see a lot of value being in second pick.
Understandable, but which player are you going to be?
Except for that one meta where there's like 7 OP heroes, and then, so whoever first pick gets that one OP hero, and then you're done. I'm like, God.
Yeah, in those metas, it can get a little bit tough. But Wonton has been putting a lot of effort to make sure that this particular patch is kind of like, kind of a little out of control, but not too crazy to the point where every single hero that you pick has a direct use in the current game. And I think that right now that we are seeing, the Kufra kind of get a little bit of love here for all the Kufra players out there. Maybe this could change a lot of opinions. We'll see. We'll see as the tournament continues to develop over these next couple of days. But before we do anything, we need to see how that draft is going to start playing out. And I like the fact that they had a couple of pocket picks in mind. They knew for a fact that, hey, Yums is going to get targeted, so he's got to get a hero. The same can be said about Cram, and he ended up doing pretty well on this Terizla. I don't know if he's going to get access it, whether it's like a direct way to deal with the Barats, but I think it's a great way to deal with absorbing a lot of damage. Which looks like Aurora have decided on blue.
Oh, they're going very fast. SRG, they are the ones that bans out the Selena. So these are the bans that I thought of, just different teams here. But yeah, Barats, the Harley, as well as the Eudora gets picked up. And now SRG picks up the Melissa as well as the Herrera. And then let's see here. What other pick they're gonna go for? But I just want to jump. I just want to jump in real quick on what you were saying earlier. I feel like there will be so much roam picks open when the EXP goes tank. That's essentially it. Either the roam is having a bad day or EXP is having the bad day. You know what I mean?
Makes meta last forever. Make this meta last forever so EXP and roamers can just eat as long as we can. Uranus finally gets locked in here as a direct answer to the laning phase of this Barrage. But now, same problem has occurred, but this time without having to deal with the Fanny so early on. There's no reason for Yums to go for his pick. And I think at this point, Salima Red Giants can easily ban it out.
Here's the thing. Something makes me feel there's a chance he might go for something like a Hilda. Just go in and annoy Rosa and TNZ.
Do they need... I mean, the Shred makes a lot of sense, but then is there anything else that we need to be worried about? I was thinking like Beleric definitely needs to go. But it kind of goes to both sides. It's more on the onus of Aurora to get rid of the Beleric since, again, they've already locked in their mid laner and the Selena Red Giants haven't yet. And even so, I mean, it'd be nice to have the Beleric on their side, but at the same time, that Melissa eventually becomes a problem. It's clear that at least Innocent knows how to deal with Sigapum in lane when he is specifically on that Clint. I don't know whether that kill made the big, that one kill that Innocent was able to sneak away on, specifically onto the early game that made a difference in that lane, but generally it shouldn't.
Because looking at how SRG played earlier and the draft that they have right now, all three heroes want to move forward. And I feel like you have two options. Have crowd control so that, in case something bad happens, you can fight back, or Always does both, so that would be the ideal pick. But I'm thinking Aurora should be banning that away if they want to ban out another mid laner. Maybe they will ban out, say, I don't know, a Vexana, a Valentina. Actually, no, a Valentina. Valentina might be a good ban.
Are there? I'm trying to think. If they do ban out the Valentina, that means they want something with like a fat ult. And it looks like now that they've seen that Minotaur has already been banned out, it kind of forced them to a position where they also have to get rid of the Belleric at this stage. Rosa is still on that Eudora, so there's no ult shenanigans to be had. But for SRG, when they look at the opposite side, there's honestly no real ult other than the Detna's Welcome to actually take. So for now, we're probably not going to see mid lane get locked in just yet. We're probably going to see Core, and it's got to be blind.
Yeah. Again, I feel like Cho is probably going to be the safest, quote unquote, because Rosa on this Eudora, we've seen many Chos get basically snuffed out because of that stun. So other than that, having a front line, maybe even a Grok wouldn't be that bad. But yeah, they still go for the Cho. You just got to be able to time your Shumpo against the stun of the Eudora.
And it's very reactable. I think the hard part is trying to predict when the ball lightning is going to come out when Eudora flickers in front of you. Because again, there's still that like 3 time. It's not like an instant stun. There's still a bit of travel distance that it has to go through. And that's something that most Shumpo players can actually react to. Unless, you know, you get hit by the Detna's Welcome, you have no choice. Then you're just going to have to pray that you're not the primary target. Though, we need to see Aurora kind of finish off their composition. They're still missing a support. They're still missing a gold laner. And they saw that, unfortunately, Clint doesn't work in this particular case against Innocent. Do they want to do it again? This time, arguably even harder now that they have to worry about Cho on top of it.
Now, it looks like they're going to pick up the Claude as well as the Gotha. I do have to say, with Claude out of the way, these 4 members are very difficult to deal with. So when it comes to the mid, it's a good banning out that Lilia, because Lilia could potentially deal with this. Because they need some kind of AoE damage, or they just say screw it and pick up a Pharsa, right? Kill them before anything can happen. Having the Cho, for me, does enable that.
Yeah, not a bad idea, actually. Is there any other, like, one-shot? I mean, they could technically go for Vexana if they really wanted to as well. It kind of depends on what they want to do here in the mid lane, right? If you can't poke them out with the Lilia, I think at the very least dealing with the frontliners in Vexana idea as well. Not to mention the wave clear doesn't mean... Oh, wait, is this Flying Clouds, or are they just, like, playing Rafa for the sake of playing Rafa? We'll find out once we get into the game, but man, I wasn't expecting that.
I mean, like, I did say it's obvious that SRG, they're just having, like, a lot of forward momentum, you know? Call it dive, call it Langar or whatever, but hey, this Rafa could actually really work out, because Cho getting stunned and then maybe get bursted down, not gonna happen now with the Rafa.
Dude, did Midnight inadvertently create a car that this Malaysian team is eventually going to localize? I mean, it'd be very interesting to see how they're going to do it, right? I mean, we've done it many times already in, big car companies here locally. But even so, I want to see how they actually want to play this, right? The last time that we saw Rafa mid was done by Aurora, and they played it out of nowhere, cheesing targets that weren't expected. It's consistently pulling people back from the grave in these 1-for-1 trades, which will always work out for the Rafa comp.
Yeah. I mean, like, to be fair, if I'm not mistaken, YG also used it in the grand finals against Team Spirit, and they were able to get a very quick win. I think it was game 6. And then they didn't use it for game 7 for whatever reason, but damn. Okay, nice to see that Rafa mid is used against Aurora.
I think it's Flying Clouds, but they both got Wilderness Blessing. This is the typical setup. Why does Cram have Master Assassin? Is that... Oh, hey, I want to see how hard he wins the lane now.
Actually, no, I really feel like... Even I feel like it's absurd, but Uranus does win quite hard against Barats. That's why I say, like, Barats is not winning the lane against Uranus, but you're not supposed to. You're just going to be... munching on someone during the turtle and etc.
Yeah. No, I mean, Kram, he's already doing a good job. He's already put him down to at least like 60% of his HP, forcing at least for Luna to go immediately into his grab. Wait a minute. What's going on here?
Wait, why is Pagu there? And Yums goes in, finds TNZ. Uni goes in, they kill TNZ. able to get away for now, but Innocent secures the kill, and now Pagu is all alone, gonna get taken down. Uni secures that one, and I'm not sure, did they even steal the buff away? Even if they did, they died.
Uni still has his purple buff. He still has his purple buff. What was that? Why did they hold it so that Tianzi could potentially go in and just immediately or retribution it? But then they realized that the retribution wasn't big.
Much. Able to get Yums. Yums gets stunned up, but Stormy stuns up Pagu as well as Lunar as well. Yums trying to get away. It looks like he's able to. Good stun coming in from the Rafaela. Now Cram is there. Pagu is looking pretty low. Unbreakable away. Cram gets stunned up. And now looks like Long Giants, they are continuing this turtle. Yeah, honestly, it is pretty interesting that they tried to do that with the buff of SRG, considering that they kind of created this comp. They should know the strengths and weakness of it.
Well, to be fair, I think they weren't expecting S to stop hitting the purple buff, right? I think that was like a moment there where SRG understood that if they did nothing, they win. They were waiting for Uni to get his combo points back up. And once it was back up, look for the big re-engage. He was only sitting on one, but he needs both to guarantee the early game damage. So really well played coming in from SRG's side. I want to see how they want to do this even further, because now Yulms has Way of the Dragon, and I think he wants to go down to that bottom side to try and set something up. But take a moment, I don't think he's leaving this lane anytime soon, and considering that Innocent already has a level lead on him, he honestly should just leave him to suffer here. Let Innocent do the work.
No, honestly, I feel like Yunus is just giving Vision just to let him know, just to let Uni know whether he can actually go invade, get some camps or whatever, because I really feel like what SRG is trying to do, Cram handles top side and then Yums handles bot side, and then, figure it out from there.
And they're honestly doing a really good job, because now they're attacking the mid lane. They got the ball lightning out of Eudora, and this should be a free rotation. Are they gonna punish here?
Well, looks like Uni is able to get onto the Gatakaja of Pagu. Pagu still holding on to his Revitalize, at least that's what the API is showing. But yeah, pretty easy kill there by SRG, and now they want to go on to the buff here. Yums, he actually does kick Lunar, but not a good enough distance. But SRG, they're still going on. They still want to get onto Luna. Rosa is just waiting for his ult. And now Luna still survives. Cram as well as Yums goes so deep and gets caught by Pagu. Cram tries to get away. Still healing up. Looks like the only casualty there is going to be Stormy. Ironically, I feel like he's the one that shouldn't die, because he can revive someone.
But to be fair, I think that Rosa and Pagu played that really well. Like, Rosa found the interception, got the stun, and they chain CC'd it perfectly. Like, I think even Stormy was about to flicker, and then the ball lightning punched him in the face just before.
Well,
great stuff.
Yeah, great stuff. Honestly, amazing stuff. And now, speaking of amazing stuff, basically everyone is here. Speaking of, Pagu gets caught, still surviving with the Revitalize, and then Stormy gets taken down, so no more healing coming in from SRG. Looks like they should not be able to do much here, but they might still want to fight, because Innocent is there. Innocent looking pretty healthy despite TNZ camping the bottom lane for quite a while.
Yeah.
Just less action than I thought.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think Slime Red Giants, they lost a lot of momentum after, giving away a couple of those kills. And I think more importantly, right now, they can't really do much without Rafa's Holy Baptism, right? Oh.
Chomp. It's one. It looks like almost. Okay, no, they got Yums there. Enough burst damage coming in from Aurora. And Pagu catches two Unbreakable. Both of them Innocent as well as Uni. Now Pagu is being in the front line, taking quite a lot of damage. Innocent dishing it back out. Pagu still survives. Stormy flickers forward just to get the kill. And now in the mid lane, Cram clears the mid, trying to push Aurora Gaming away. For now, this does not look like a one-sided bout here, Gideon. Aurora Gaming, they're doing quite a lot of damage onto SRG.
You're doing a lot of damage, but the Flask of Oasis finally purchased and completed by Stormy's side. Stormy's got to be careful here, because Rosa is out to get him and put him further and further back. So hopefully allow some opportunity these one-off kills. Unfortunately, right now, that Holy Baptism is a good way to disengage. Oh, God.
Oh, nice attempt there. Looks like they're able to get TNZ, and now Pagu looks like tries to catch Uni. Uni's still able to get away. Rosa dealing damage onto Yums. But that was a beautiful engage where Herrera gets the initial stun, making it easy for Cho to get a kill.
Yeah, I think so far it's just a lack of information and also a lot of pincer maneuvers coming in from SRG. They position themselves well. They know that they have like hyper mobility with a lot of, especially with Hirara alongside with the Cho. It's just now just a bit of information, and that's where Cram comes in, clears up a lot of these bushes on that top side, really relays it back to SRG to give them a rough number of how many reinforcements Aurora have nearby them. And finally, Detna's Welcome connects.
Yep, Cram tries to get away, even using the Vengeance. Can the heal be enough? It is! It's enough. Cram still survives. Slangeray Giants able to help Cram out. He honestly should have died there.
Yeah,
I feel like Aurora agrees.
Yeah, Rosa already had the glowing wand as well, so it actually did not heal him. But by the time it actually timed out, and the deadly magic at that point of time and the consecration was able to get just enough health to keep him alive. I think that even Cram might die here. I'm not sure.
Yep. Well, right now the turtle has been started up here. Pagu is looking for an entranceway, same as Lunar. Lunar tries to get onto someone. He still has Daytona. Welcome to TNZ. He got the turtle, and now flicker forward. Able to push him out. TNZ gets a kill onto Cram, and now Siggy able to get Innocent. Aurora Gaming off of TNZ stealing the turtle away. Lunar flickering forward. And Daytona's Welcome, stunning out majority of SRG. They get the win there.
Yep, just a great plays coming in from Rosa. Hyper efficient as well. Making sure that you're not wasting the super on, right? Okay.
Bit of a oopsie there coming in from SRG. Pagudo able to dodge out that stun. Yumes probably gonna get killed here by the deadly magic. TNT tries to get away, and Rosa is all alone in the front. Gets killed by Uni. Pagu to the side. Not much can be done. I think that was just coincidence, Gideon, but still Pagu dodging that with his enhanced basic attack is pretty cool.
It is pretty cool. I think, man, he was correct on the prediction of when TNZ was going to take the hat back, but I think he just did it too early, and now they're looking for another fight.
Lunar using the Daytona's Welcome just to dash away. Cram trying to get onto him, trying to get a kill. Looks like Cram is just going to tank up the damage coming in from TNZ and still going to be able to survive this one, though. Good attempt by SRG, but Lunar able to get away with his life.
And this is some dangerous stuff here. Some dangerous stuff. Uni, he's already got the Sky Piercer built. He's trying to go straight into the War Axe, but so far, another Detna's Welcome onto Uranus.
Yum, gets Cram. Cram this time gets taken down by Rosa. That's a lot of damage, Gideon. Against a Uranus, that's a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage, and that's why TNZ opted to go to make sure that he got a Genius Wand just to kind of like shred him away, on top of the fact that Rosa can also shred him away naturally with his build. So I think that Crime, I said, hey, maybe you might want to have like a Radiant Armor already complete. Arguably even Athena Shield, but really I think the Radiant Armor should be more than enough.
Well, right now, SRG tries to protect their turret on bot, but looks like unable to. The damage coming in from Aurora, again, it's just a little bit too much. Cram, I would say this is going to be his biggest item. He finally gets the Oracle.
Yeah, he gets the Oracle on top. He already had the Radiant Armor, so even with the Radiant Armor, the shred was more than enough. Okay, that changes it. Now, Cram, he's got to be a little bit more careful when he gets hit with the Detona's Welcome.
Yep. Right now, Lunar, he does not have the Daytona's Welcome just yet. Looking at the cooldown, it looked like he just used it on someone. Maybe he tried to get onto Yumes, but Yumes was able to dodge that one out. Either way, Lord is here, and Yumes is almost taken down by TNZ, but looks like he is down. Rosa was able to get the kill. Lunar taking a lot of damage. Stormy just revived Yumes. And now 3 members of SRG are looking pretty low. Innocent is still going for the free damage. Cram gets out. Yumes coming in from the flank. Looks like able to get Pagu, but that's just a roamer. Looks like Pagu doesn't mind even dying there. The Lordo below 11,000 HP. Cram moves forward, same as Yumes. Cram takes a lot of damage. And looks like yum, gets eaten, but still able to get the kill there. Innocent able to get Lunar.
What?
All the while, Lord has been secured. TNZ got stunned by Stormy and gets killed by Uni.
Oh my goodness. Lima Red Giants just getting all over Aurora Gaming, and they're not done yet. They're still chasing them down. Singapore is just watching as Rosa ends up dying, and luckily SRG had no clue that he's here.
Yep. Yeah, SRG. I'm pretty sure they wish they were at this level of performance 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, honestly, they probably do. But at this stage of the game, it looks like they've solved at least a decent amount of their problems. But it's not an easy game by any means. I mean, the goal deficit right now is 1.4K, which is still very small considering it's already 11 minutes into this. Aurora Gaming fighting back, and they still have the opportunity to eventually scale with the help of Sigboom. But right now, unless we see Innocent get the wind of nature, I think then that's when they have an opportunity. But they've already taken out Cram. And well,
right now Uni gets caught, gets taunted down. Nothing much the Yumes can do. Looks like the big threat right now is going to be TNZ as well as Sigboom. The deadly magic is a force to be reckoned with. And now Pagu goes in, finds Stormy. Stormy gets taunted and killed by Pagu. Looks like the inhibitor in mid is going to get damaged just a little bit. But are they going to be able to take this down? Looks like they will. The inhibitor in mid on S. Drop in the middle of everyone, able to escape though, but I'm able to get Yumes. Yumes gets stunned up. That's huge damage from TNZ and Rosa. And Innocent and Cram can't do much here.
They staggered them so much. They've staggered them so much that they should be able to get the last outer turret. I don't think he can get another inhibitor, but considering, Stormy's coming back up, they should be able to do, but Innocent down low and the rest of the team getting chunked out by the help of the Blazing Duet. Holy Baptism is already out and through.
Yep, Innocent takes a lot of damage. Wind of Nature being used by Sigmund just to make sure he doesn't die to the Melissa. And unfortunately, Stormy does miss that stun there, and this means that Aurora Gaming, looking at the gold lead, it's about 1,000 plus, and they are almost done with both inhibitors. Both inhibitors of Slangway Giants have been damaged quite a bit. I would say one more push, and that's enough to take it down. If Aurora is able to take down the top inhibitor, this is going to be so much more cleaner for them to get this Lord.
Oh yeah, it definitely is. And Luna, really smart build here, opting to go for not only Dom Ice, but making sure that he gets a Chastise Pulsar on top of everything else, just to make sure that if he goes for Detna's Welcome, he can at least make sure that he doesn't die midway when he is channeling that ult, especially when he's already found a primary target. And I'm surprised that Stormy has been hit by so many of these AOGs, actually.
Yeah, it looks like he's going for that Holy Crystal, probably utilizing the fact that Lunar, hold on, AOG, does it hit onto anyone? I'm not entirely sure.
It was supposed to be on Uni, but he iframed out of there.
Well, Prime taking quite a bit of damage here. Moves forward, just taking all the damage. For now, Aurora Gaming looks like they have started Lord. Slangway Giants, they should be able to contest it. Able to get Yumes there on the Chode, and he gets taken down instantly. Blazing the way coming in from Sigboom, but he took way too much damage for Slangway Giants, and now the Chode gets respawned by the Rafaela. So SRG, nothing happened. Yumes survived. Everything's all good.
Yeah, so they trade lives because of the passive coming in from this Rafaela. They don't mind him, and Yumes is already back ready to fight Way of the Dragon.
Gets onto Lunar. Lunar gets taken down by Uni. Pagu coming in from the back. Gets hit by Innocent as well as the Lord. Double kill. Uni secures that one. Innocent now does have the Malefic gun. More range. Not that he really needs it, honestly. Here he has crazy range already. Slangway Giants, they have pushed Aurora Gaming away and secured the Lord.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. This is a real game that we have. It's Aurora and as well as... Oh, a full one-shot with Genzi and Rosa.
Oh, that was... Gideon, I'm gonna take this from you. That was hot.
That was hot.
That was hot.
And they're not done yet.
Yeah. Here's the thing, like, even though, Yumes is a tank, there are days where it's nice to see tanks get one-shotted. Not all the time, but there are days where it's good to watch.
I think it's worthwhile, But at least SRG understands. Let's not do anything too crazy here because Sigboom already has his 3 eye play around our Melissa. Our composition is designed to start sieging their enemies, our enemies. And now that Yumes is back up, they could play on the second wave.
Oh, Lunar, but Innocent was able to purify out of that, and now Cram is taking quite a bit of damage, able to get out though, but for now Innocent is just sieging everyone with more range than he really needs. This is why it's okay to play with dolls. Sometimes they hurt.
Sometimes they
your
hurt.
Opponents.
And now the second wave is in the siege here. Yumes looking for the engage.
Looks like he's not gonna... Oh, he does! He gets onto Rosa, gets stunned up though, and now dies with the deadly magic. Pagu is in the middle of everyone from SRG. Sigmund is there trying to follow up. And this is why I say, Gideon, playing HO against a Eudora is difficult because that stun, my goodness, that stun is so annoying.
Yeah, it was buffered really, really well. Great anticipation coming in from Rosa. And right now, Rosa is just kind of keeping it together with everybody else. We finally call for the tech pause here. Oh, man. At such a critical moment. Well, at least the waves have been cleared up. You know, it's a successful defense coming in from Aurora Gaming. It's a 50 to 49 K in terms of gold. It's literally just 700, like 700 to 1,000 here for Aurora. It's not much, but they're way beyond the amount of gold they need for their carries. We're in the latter half of the game, where everybody is just so strong, and even Sigabum is a legitimate threat to Innocent's life. He doesn't have access to Flicker right now, so if he doesn't have a Wind of Nature, he's in big trouble.
Something I do have to say, though, if the game does prolong, maybe Yums would consider getting an Athena shield as well, because for now, he does have the Radiant armor. Sometimes it does feel bad to like double down on one source of defense, but I think when you get one-shotted like every single time, maybe getting a Tina shield is the right call, especially considering that he does have the chastised pauldron, so he has a way to deal with Sigibum.
He does have a way to deal with Sigibum, but I think the scary thing right now, every single deadly magic was on top of him, right? I think that's the thing that's taking him out. It's even if you do have the Athena shield, by the time the deadly magic is ready to pop, the Athena shield has disappeared, and you're just going to melt under that type of pressure. So I think that the timing of the engages are good. It's just whether or not you can outplay Rosa's reaction time, if not get a better setup here with somebody else, like catch them on the way on their way out of a fight when you have Muddles on top of them. Maybe this is a moment for like arguably even a Flicker Holy Baptism to come out of Stormy to try to make something happen. But just notice that a lot of these fights, right? Aurora's positioning is never a true front to back. They want to play with their angles very often because they know that the Holy Baptism comes in a straight line. If multiple people get hit by that Holy Baptism, I think that the fight's almost immediately over once you start adding on the wombo combos with Hirara jumping on in with a Falling Maple if necessary, and of course Muddles from Innocent.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel like because of Innocent, they really can't play an honest front to back. Innocent is just forcing them to spread out whether they like it or not. But looks like we are jumping into the game here. SRG, I would say both SRG as well as Aurora is just one fight away from just ending the game here and now. But because about 70 minutes, respawn time was between 30 to 40 seconds. Should be enough time for. Oh, hold on, Krem's taking way too much damage just from Sigibum. Woo-wee!
Yeah, that was dangerous, and I think Cram was trying to chump check him to say, hey, Sigma, maybe you don't have reinforcements behind you, but when he stood his ground, Cram understood there's probably somebody behind him, and he's getting chunked out real low, so he can't be making moves like that any further, especially since now his ult, well, it'll come back up in a decent amount of time, but there's a fight over in the map. SRG are just playing with the information that they have and are deny information out of Aurora Gaming. Now they see that Sigable's mid, but that doesn't mean much because they can't figure out what is showing up.
It must feel bad though, as a celestial being godly yourself, almost get taken down by a thief and a monkey.
Hey, maybe the monkey is a celestial, you know.
You know what? Hey, you know what? You're right. I did not consider that. Maybe Dexter is a celestial being.
Yeah. No, we know Claude is definitely human. He's just a regular. It's the monkey. Because how many monkeys do you see hold a gun like that, right? Actually, need the monkey for the whole combo in the Blazing Duet. Even so, just look at the setup right now. We have a bit of a slow push being started up on the top side, which they will respond to, but they are not holding on to priority for the Mlbb just yet until they get the confirmation.
This Eudora, man, it hurts a lot. This Cho doesn't. Oh, nice top, able to get Cram. Cram gets spawned up, and now Yums kicks TNZ. TNZ takes a lot of damage. TNZ dies to the Lord after using the immortality. TNZ still survived, but look at Sigibum takes a lot of damage from the Lord as well as the Muddles, and now Rosa. Everyone. Oh my! What the? TNZ secure the Lord, and now Pagu tries to pull Yums away. Gideon, what's happening in this game?
Oh my goodness, SRG wins the fight, but the steal from TNZ has bought them exactly what they needed. And now both sides can't really do much about this. Like, Selangor wants to close out this game, but they can't. And Pagu, he's gonna start wasting as much time as possible against SRG to buy time for TNZ to get back up to speed, while the rest of them of Aurora are proactively pushing the side lanes to force SRG to deal with the waves rather than staggering their entire composition. It is what it is, man. You know, you lose out on the 50-50, the game drags on.
I don't know what the observer is doing. I can't see everything, but that was hot. I don't know what happened, but that was hot. All right.
It was too fast. It was too fast. I thought that Uni was gonna get it for sure, so I was starting to look at the rest of the members, and all of a sudden, TNZ with last-ditch effort jumps on in and wins the 50-50. But hey, with that being said, though, Pagu is still 15 seconds out from actually respawning. Selangor Red Giants can actually enable their comp right, start fighting for inhibitors.
I wish we get a replay, Gideon, because then I would know whether you know TNZ was godly or Uni just subbed there. But either ways, right now Aurora and SRG, they're really making this go for quite a while here. Cram able to absorb a lot of punishment. 20 minutes in. Now I'm more convinced. One fight and then it's over, dude.
Hey, wait, you say that, and then it's gonna be SRG who steals away the Lord with only one casualty. That's that's what it feels like, because both sides are very unwilling to just give up on this fight. And technically, SRG's composition without that, you know, with the missing mid laner, technically now having to play a dedicated support, it just feels like everything, all the eggs are in the Innocent basket. If Innocent dies, it's kind of over.
Able to get Uni. Uni gets stunned up. And now Immortality use the kick onto Rosa. Innocent tries to deal as much damage as he can, but Siggy Boom is still alive. Pagu jumps into the turret just to get some damage to himself from the turret. Now Innocent, let's get away. Double kill for Uni though. Right now, it's just Rosa. Rosa gets taken down. Triple kill for Uni. Chat, not gonna lie, I did not notice Uni was alive.
Yep, I thought he died for sure, but he managed to get both of his double iframes out with his combo points to find the finish at the very end. And Aurora Gaming just could not deal with the constant back and forth against SRG's side with Yums, Cram, and Uni working in tandem with Stormy to make it happen, where all the eyes were targeted towards Innocent. So really well played. As Selangor Red Giants, with their last minion, is going to walk into the base and close out our third series here with a 2-0 victory, 20-16 against a fully powered Aurora.
Well, Uni, you didn't get the lore, but you got a triple kill, and let's face it, as an MLBB player, kills are more important than objectives, and that's how they got that win. I wish we had more budget for replay, but
GGSIG. C'est la vie. Man, that still was a pretty vicious game overall for both of our squadrons, and I can't imagine what the comms must have sounded like. It was just continuous fight after fight after fight, taking the momentum, shifting the pendulum one way to the next as they bounce against each other, constantly colliding into the center. And yet, it's all of these small accumulated moments, which technically, if you're looking at the early to mid game, you would say it wasn't really going anywhere. It's just like a lot of constant trading. But then, once we start moving from mid to the late game, where death is very punishable, that SRG had to take a complete 360 in the way that they think about these fights. We can't just be abusing the passive coming out from our Rafaela, because unfortunately now it's too long to wait for.
Yeah, I'm looking for two clips. One is the TNZ steal, as well as the final fight. Like, how did Uni really survive that? Because he used the immortality. Like, even I understand that there's a lot of iframes on the Herrera, but why not just wait it out? I only remember, I would say the mistake is Siggy Boom just go all in onto Innocent, but is that a mistake though? Innocent is really the big threat, so yeah, I really want to see what happened in that final fight.
Yeah, me too. But I gotta give it to Lunar. I think he's one of the best Detona's welcomes we have ever seen with his flicker and fully charging it. Like, some of these angles are very surprising with how much distance he's able to cover in a majority of these fights. But to break down a lot of how these fights happen, SRG just need to just hover around Innocent in so many of these moments.
Yeah. And again, that was a good stun coming in from Rosa, able to stop Yums in his tracks. Okay, this is the point. Wait. How? I still don't know how.
He just lost the 50-50. It was an honest 50-50. That's it. That literally was it.
Well, now I'm looking at Uni. Uni, oh, he just iframe everywhere, and no one noticed that he was gone from the fight.
And then he loops through mid, comes back in, and then jumps on and closes the distance onto TNZ. Yeah, there was kind of no counterplay because even when he decided to go for the Infernal Blade, it made sure that it covered his hat-trick spot on top of everything else.
Yeah, honestly, a very respectable play coming in from both teams. Even though SRG won with the 2-0, game 1 was pretty smooth, but game 2, Aurora really made them, try hard for that one. And yeah, Rafa mid, pretty good even when you go like 20 minutes in the game.
Yeah, 20 in the game is finally where things get a little more stressful, right? And I can't stop thinking about how these fights ended up progressing, and so many plays that Rosa tried to save. Unfortunately, there's just not enough playmakers or not enough heroes that can force those types on their side. I mean, Lunar was doing as good as he could possibly do on a Barata out of all things. Same goes for Cram. It really just comes down to whether or not Sikaboom can minimize the amount of damage that he can take. I think that's what really boiled down to those final moments. Him, inside the pit, getting chunked out by Muddles unnecessarily. There's a lot of this chip damage he's taking that is stacking upon him.
By the way, it looks like Geeke was able to win one game against Alpha 7.
Oh, well, that's interesting. Well,
that's very interesting.
We're going to have to definitely look back at that game at some point in time, but for now, we get to bask in the glory of Slango Red Giants somewhat coming into form. It's not the most perfect game, but at the same time, Aurora Gaming is no pushovers. I think game 1, they were pretty surprised with the performance overall and the drafting patterns coming up from SRG with one bad mistake in the early game. I think it's a GG go next, and when they GG go next, we saw them at 100% from both sides. Constant back and forth. That was just a beautiful game to watch.
But now I would say this is now on Aurora now because they have just dropped down into the lower bracket. Let's see here. Well, we'll see where they will go to the lower brackets later on because we do have one more series for today. So we're going to go for a break. But when we return, we have one more match coming out, which is the Mongols going up against the Rune Eaters. See you guys right after this.
Welcome aboard Air Astana. Our airplane flies into the realm of dreams. Relax as if at home, with satisfied reflection throughout your flight. You will rest and regain curiosity for new discoveries and encounters. After all, dreams are also part of the journey.
The premium family plan's connected. That is Boss Steedy. Got a smartphone absolutely free. That is Boss Steedy. Hooked it up and no longer problems with home internet.
Get home internet and a smartphone for free with the premium family plan.
Get ready for school with WB. WB, all you need for classes and breaks with try-on and payment on delivery.
Did you know that Games of the Future has symbols representing it? That's right. There are 4 characters, which are called Guardians, whose purpose is to represent the spirit of competition. iBoat, a robot made out of titanium and neon parts who believes in inner strength and power of friendship. iBot has a special ability too. The robot is able to cut off enemies' power supply and breathe life into inanimate objects. Arlon, a cyber wolf with a rich silver fur and holographic glow, a great mentor, and a formidable warrior in the field. He is able to accelerate time and predict the movements of his foes. He is responsible for the territories of Battle Royale and Phygital Shooting. Eileen, she is truly fearless and wild. Her sporty outfit and gaming equipment are truly wonderful, along with her useful backpack that is there to help out in any situation. She keeps the areas of Dota and MLBB to herself. Finally, last but not least, Alum. This eagle is a fighter with golden feathers who likes to wrestle, play football, and basketball. Everywhere he flies, he leaves a trail of petroglyphs. His special ability allows him to analyze the situations at unimaginable speeds. He is a keeper of many areas, and we love him for it.
many times in this game as well. So best player allowed GK Esports to collect more real estate in the map that eventually led them to take inhibitors at the top and the mid lane now. And of course, a lot of stacks for Yaga. The combo, the golden hour into the damage output of this Granger. No target could be better. When they took out Zia in that combination, that actually gave so much of a momentum boost for GK Esports. And despite Zia being resurrected, Alpha 7 still managed to find and make an important error that made GK Esports crawl back to this game.
They were up 2K in gold. Oh, wait, before I complete that thought, golden hour. Perfect God! Entry and engaged by Shen on this Marcel. That was a hidden snapshot, a candid photo, perfectly taken, and Nafs was not ready for it. He walked right into the bait play of GK. And despite not having taken any turrets, despite 2K down, only just, what, 4 or 5 minutes ago? Maybe even shorter than that. GK have turned this around into utter domination. Best player gets taken out. Yaga gets his 7th stack. And Alpha 7 will be frustrated with themselves with how they lost this. As GK crawled back, clapped back, and have devastated Alpha 7 into a sweep.
The team with a better coordination wins today. And that's testament on how good GK was when it comes to their chemistry, when it comes to how they're executing the team fights, especially in important moments. They trump Alpha 7 in that field of play. For Alpha 7, they looked all over the place. It seems like they spread themselves too thin. There was a time where it looked really good for Alpha 7. There was a time where they were dominant. But when they start making those mistakes, when Best Player 1 as well as Zia overextend, when Nats was just walking in front of the 5 members of GK Esports, that's how you know that they're not as disciplined as the members of GK Esports. The better team with the better teamwork won today, Renmar, and it's GK Esports to take this series.
It was a mix of, as you mentioned, teamwork, but also great individual timings and gameplay at the time when you need it. It didn't always happen, but when GK needed just a little bit of individual brilliance, they got it and they did it and they earned it as a team. Alpha 7 needs to go back to the drawing board in terms of how they take their moments, because they had that in their control, but it was this right here. They saw the Nolan up top. GK then decided to go for it, knowing that, okay, they need to build on at least one thing. They forced Shen back. It would be a long fight, but then Best Player 1 would be caught here. But the rest of Alpha 7, they passed through the long way to try and help Best Player 1. Nats went to the mid to try and delay Xeno Bomba. Yeah, that was a massive misplay and miscom on how to handle that situation.
Oh man, and I think the dominoes just fell. Everybody, it's like a house of cards that fell for Alpha 7 because of those mistakes. Nats had like magnetized to that bottom lane for whatever reason, walked right in front of the members of GK, but GK was prepared. GK, they're not making those errors. They're more sound in the latter portions of the game, and they have taken down Alpha 7 and have proven themselves worthy of this international event, Games of the Future. They can really match up against the top teams in this region.
They are the champions of MPL MENA after all. Meanwhile, Alpha 7, the errors are glaring, but it's something that can be remedied. Of course, these are very experienced players. These are players who have won championships. Multiple of them have played in multiple internationals. It seems like it's also just along the lines of being able to tell one another honestly. It's like, hey, this is what we gotta just do in this moment. This is how we keep things sharper. And when one of us outstretch or stuff like that, still, we now have to look towards the MVP of game number 2. And that's going to be Iaga on this Granger. It was just all set up for him. And once the moment was there, he took it and he ran away with it with 8 stacks on the Skypiercer. That death came early on, and all his kills came after that death.
Yeah.
Assalamualaikum.
Well, I couldn't believe that's how that game will end, especially with how good it was for Alpha 7. Their performance was night and day from the first half of the game up until the second half.
Waalaikumsalam.
Compared to the second half, playing so well, playing on point. They're allowing this Shin to farm and get the advantage, but in the end, we saw how bad it went for them. Whereas on the opposite end, we can see that GK were just way too good when it comes to their discipline.
And that's going to be closing out our broadcast. Just to remind you all of the action that you have missed out. Remember, Team Falcons, PH, and Team Spirit, of course, ended up in a forfeit. That's over in Group A. That's the big story of the day. The match that a lot of people were watching out for. But here on this stream, Big Sean by Vitality took down Team Vamos 2-1. Foot Esports swept the Wildcats, and now it's going to be Vitality and Foot meeting the upper bracket of Group B. Meanwhile, for Group D, Onyx and Pro took each other down, with Onyx sweeping Pro, and GK, as we just saw it, swept Alpha 7. That has been it for us here on the Group B and D broadcast of Games of Future, as we bring out the brackets, just to remind you all yet again of what we saw.
Yeah. So we're just waiting for, I believe, the Mongols versus RE. That's going to be the last match that's remaining for today. But yeah, everything else was looking good. I want to replay the SRG versus Aurora Gaming match. I wonder how that went in favor of SRG. But so far, great start for this broadcast, actually, with that 2-1 for BTR going up against Vamos, and then we were treated by this wonderful gameplay coming up from DK, showing us that they can also really match up well in all of the teams here. However, they're gonna be up against Onyx, so that's a bigger challenge for them. We'll see if they can repeat this kind of performance up against a team that's well experienced.
It's a great day over here on this broadcast of Games of the Future 2026. Once again, my name is Frenmar. This has been Wolf. Hop on over to the other stream to see LaFell and Gideon close things out. But we're done here for today. We'll be back tomorrow. Thank you very much. We'll see ya. Have a great night, great day, great afternoon, wherever you're from.
Halu. Lama lagi ni, rasa nak end dah muka gembira. And je bro, ni tuk stay yang lawan serang es. Love, love, love. Tiga minit lagi end. Cukupkan 7 jam muka gembira.